case, it is not looking. It's not looking too. It's not looking too kosher. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm seeing a lot of things going on with this case, and I'm noticing a lot of things that's going on, and it's not really good for him when you think about it. It's uh, it's not really good, man. It's not good for him. Everything is like, I don't know. I can see everything that's going on, and it's almost over, man. For this particular case, and you might say, why do I say that? There's a reason. There's reasons why I say that. I'm not saying it for no reason. I'm not saying it for clicks. Obviously, I'm not saying it for clicks. That's definitely, I'm not. Definitely not saying it for that. I promise you that. I'm just seeing the writing on the wall here. They're drowning out people, and the people that they're promoting is lying. So that's how I know this was all set up already. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, man. When I tell you it's set up already, I see it. I see it already. It's like he's being buried alive. And like I said, it goes back to, I don't know who he pissed off, man. And the crazy part about it is a lot of vloggers, they're all working together. And it's like it's like a lot of them are agents. Yeah, he's screwed, yo. He's screwed. And then the regular ones, we not getting no love and all that. That's how you know the ones that are not agents. I hate to say it like that, but I peeped something yesterday, and I'm not gonna really get into that. I'm not really gonna get into how I know that, like to be certain, but I saw something, and that confirmed it. I said, okay. That's why they look at me like I'm like funny when I'm there. He's screwed, yo. He for sure screwed. I'm telling you he is. He don't have, let me tell y'all this. He don't have no chance, bro. You know, this when the system is like against you like that, you know how they say, hold on, me. You know how they say, oh, we got the vloggers and hold on, let me see, is this? Hold up. How was this supposed to work? You know how they say they got the vloggers and stuff like that? Like, the YouTubers are like independent. Bullshit. Bullshit. No, they're not. Bullshit. Hold on one second. I'm in the whip. Gotta head up to the store real quick. But it's a defeat, man. He's done, yo. The system, it's like the empire is striking back, yo, against his empire. And they playing for keeps. And they not playing with him. And like you don't never see me like collabing with other big YouTubers. But you have some small YouTubers out there, right? And they're collabing with these big YouTubers. All these motherfuckers are connected. I'm telling you, they are. I don't collab with anybody anyway. I don't. But everybody is in place already. And also, they put distractions out there. Now, I'm not sure who's the cause of the distractions. That I don't know yet. But it's a lot of things that I'm witnessing because I'm there. And I just chose not to go this week because I'm already seeing what's going on. And to be honest with you, at this point, I don't even have to go back. To be honest with you, I can just head back home. I mean, I can just head back to VA at this point. I already know what's going to go down. I already know he's going to get convicted. I already know that. He's going to get convicted. There's no way out of this. There's no way he can get out of this. No way. That's just my opinion on it, right? Like, I'm just going to say that. I don't have anything as far as, oh, that nobody definitely can park here. They tearing up the sidewalks. I don't have anything. You, because somebody might, what's your proof and whatnot? I don't have no proof. I'm going off of what the spirit is telling me. Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm Sheila. I know, but I don't have to do all that. I know, but I see that. As a matter of fact, there's a big vlogger. She's like the biggest vlogger there, and I think she got all her views because China is watching her somehow. Somehow, somebody. But usually, people in China they can't watch YouTube unless they got a VPN. I think some of the people there that got VPNs, they're actually watching her. That's why she get a lot of views. She's not there right now. She's like something ran her off, and she said she had to change her hotel several times. I'm telling you guys, it's like that out there. It is. There's like a battle going on. There's a war going on that he's losing. He's losing this one because I'm telling you, like, this is just how I see it. I don't have no proof on this. I don't have no proof. Just letting you know, I don't have no proof. I don't know, but this is a battle he's losing. He's losing this one. And like I said, this is higher up problems. Like this is beyond my pay scale. Put it that way. Like the kind of problems he got is like rich people problems. That's way beyond. I'm a regular dude, man. I'm saying regular. Not that I'm putting myself down, but I am. I'm regular, man. And hold on one second. One second. Can y'all still hear me? Y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Sorry about that. I had to go in here real quick. Let me see. Where am I going now? That obviously didn't work. Hold on a second. Um, Let me see. But yeah, man, the fix is in for him, dog. I'm just telling you because I'm seeing a lot of stuff because I'm there and I'm putting it all together. I'm like, yeah, man, he don't know what he in for. Actually, I think he do know what he's in for, but bruh, it's really like that. I know y'all like, well, give us some detail, Max. Give us something. It's just you gotta be there, yo. It's like I already know, you've heard of censorship and all that stuff. That really goes on. We just can't prove it. That's why they're getting away with it. But yeah, man. And then on top of that, he had, and he's trying. Let me tell y'all this real quick. He's actually fighting back though. He's fighting the system. He's using all his resources to fight that system. They try to change the narrative on him because it was already in place, the narrative already. And like I said, I'm not taking up for him. This is just what I'm seeing from him. And I honestly don't think he's getting a fair trial. And it's unfortunate because I don't care. You could be a monster, and I want you to get a fair trial. But things, you got to understand, things are different now because of social media. And I'm telling you right now, there's some vloggers that are lying. I'm just not going to say who they are. And also, you know what else I'm seeing? There's a battle between the mainstream media and the social media people, like the TikTokers, YouTubers, stuff like that. There's like a silent hate going on. I don't I don't pay no attention to that because I'm not there for that. So I'm the type of person I don't need a lot of people speaking to me and like if you talk or whatever point, that's fine with me. I'm not there for that. But some people are pointing it out and I do see it. But you gotta understand we're getting the news out before they getting it out. They have to rush outside and get on their social media to get the news out before us because that's what they're doing. They're using social media as well, and, and then they go and work their jobs after they updated their Instagrams and stuff like that. But here's the thing though, some of the YouTubers have more clout than them. They actually do, even though they work for the news. Some YouTubers have more clout, and I think that's where they don't like it at. That's where they don't like that part. Oh, all right. Sorry about that, guys. But the YouTubers they have more clout than them. Okay, they have more clout than these people on TV, and I know that bothers them. I know that bothers them. You can't hear me, Sheila? That's because I keep muting it. Thanks. Can you hear me? Because I keep muting it for a reason. I'm doing something. I'm trying to do two things at once. Usually it don't work out well for me, as you can see. But let me tell you, they have more clout. Some of the YouTubers have, well, only a few YouTubers. They have more clout than the people on the news. Like for example, if they go live, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, well, actually TikTok is different because the U.S. don't control TikTok. They don't control that algorithm. That's why I guess there's a beef with TikTok because they can't control that algorithm. They can't suppress people views like how they do on YouTube. But even on YouTube, some of the main vloggers are getting more views than the news. There's one vlogger out there. She's not out there right now. I don't know where she is. She said she had to move her hotel twice, and I don't know. I can't tell y'all what happened to T, so I gotta let her tell you that. I don't think she told y'all what happened to her, so I'm not gonna tell you that on why she got bodyguards. It's something happened for her to go get bodyguards, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that because I don't know if you guys know, and she hasn't told the story. Thanks, thanks. So she hasn't told the story. So being that she hasn't told the story, I'm not at liberty to tell you guys what happened to her. It's a crazy situation though, and I'm not sure what's going on with Rotten Mango, but she had to move her hotel at least 3 times. At least 3 times. I believe she was getting followed to her hotel. And you getting an exclusive from me. I'm telling you, I'm there. And I got followed to the store. And I told you guys, I felt like somebody was following me, right? So I wanted to go get a smoothie anyway. I think I told y'all this story. I wanted to go get a smoothie, and I wanted to go get a smoothie. So I dipped into the store because I felt like dude was following me. Because I could tell, I was looking back and I could tell this dude, because he was standing where I was standing in front of the courthouse. And then when I started walking, I just happened to notice he was following me. But maybe he was going in the same direction. So I wasn't really tripping. So when I dipped off in the store, next thing you know, he came in the store. And he was like, yeah, I just want to let you know you're doing a good job. Like, who are you to follow me and do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, but anyway, he was like, yeah, I just want to let you know you're doing a good job and stuff like that. And, we're watching you. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're watching you and whatnot. So I'm like, okay, man. I'm like, that's kind of like, let's kind of ODing a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, to follow somebody like that. Just to say, you could have said that to me in front of the courtroom. I mean, in front of the court building. But I don't think he wanted to. I think he wanted to know where I was parking. That's the way I feel about it. But he saw because I looked back at him and I went in the store. At that point, he knew that I knew he was following me. So I guess he had to like do something just to It's just little stuff like that. But I'm not telling you everything that happened to me though. Not everything. But for her though, she changed hotels 3 times. 3 times she changed hotels. And hold on a second, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So yeah, Sorry about that. I had got a call. But little stuff like that's happening. But that wasn't even tripping on that because maybe he didn't mean any harm. So I wasn't really tripping on it because he didn't look like, but he was following. He said, "Yeah, I just want to let you know you're doing a good job." I'm just thinking, why didn't he tell me in front of the court building? Because he was kind of like, he was kind of in back of me, like kind of a far distance. But I kept looking back though, and he'll look the other way. I kept looking back. So then when I crossed the street, he didn't cross the street. It took him a while to cross the street. But I guess he thought by the time he crossed the street, I would be further up the block. But I wasn't. I was right there looking. And I saw him cross the street, and then I went in the store. So I guess it was awkward at that point. So then he's like, "Yeah, you're doing a good job. We watch you." So then another incident happened in the courtroom. It was a dude with a suit on. He wasn't a lawyer though. He just like some grimy looking dude. He had a suit on, older dude. He was just like, me and him locked eyes for like damn near a minute. I wouldn't look away because I'm not looking away. You're not gonna make me look away. If you're gonna look at me in the eye and I feel like it's like intimidation, I'm gonna look back at you until you look away. We literally was watching each other for a whole minute in court. A whole minute. I don't look away when somebody's staring at me. Not another man. I'm not gonna look away because I feel like you're trying to, I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm not looking away, yo. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna, as long as you're looking at me, I'm looking at you. Because see, what happened was I didn't notice he was looking at me at first, and then I just happened to look at him and he's staring right at me. So I'm like, all right, cool. We just gonna stare at each other. And the young lady that was sitting next to me, she said, "What's going on?" I said, "I don't know." And while I said that to him, I'm still looking at him. And then he looked away, and then he was like screw facing other people in there. And then he left. He has not been back. And he looked like evil. He does. I could see it in his eyes. He's an evil dude. I could see it. Like, I'm talking about an evil one. And she said, "Damn, what was he, a lawyer?" I was like, "Nah, he ain't no lawyer. He trying to blend in, but he not a lawyer." He looked like one of those dudes in that movie where he said, "Get your hands out my pocket." He looked like one of them dudes. I ain't if you I'm speaking in code, but if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Get your hand out my pocket. He looked just like one of them. But that happened, and then it just be random people coming out there like trying to like discourage you from making content. And what happened with Tisa, I would have to let her tell you. Then the next day she had bodyguards after that happened. Yep. Well, she had bodyguards, man, after that. You said, "Can you explain how asset protection works if he loses this case?" He's already hired a lawyer for that already. For that very question, Sheila. He hired a lawyer to protect his assets. He hired one of the best, actually. That's known for that type of litigation. So he's not there yet, but that's the next step. See, he's already planned this already for him. He know he going to jail for something. He knows this already. He's already planned it. He hired a lawyer just to protect his assets. So, because I don't know if it's that cut and dry because he has like appeals. Like, what happens if he going through the appeals and win the appeals? How can they confiscate his assets at that point? Is it like a holding period? Because he has to go through a lot of appeals. It'd be years before he exhausts his appeal rights, but I guess they can go after his assets ASAP. I'm not sure, but he hired an attorney just for that. And he also hired an attorney just for the appellate process. And she's one of the best in the area on that. Probably the best in the country. One of the best in the country. And she's also handling Sam Bankman-Fried's case. And she got to be good, right? Because You would think he would be leaving the MDC, but Sam Bankman-Fried is on the appeals. He's trying to get an appeal, and he's still in MDC. You'd think he would have been off to his regular prison already, but she has a lot of pull, so he got her on the team, and they're raising appellate issues already. They're already raising all type of concerns already, and a lot of people think that they have action in the appeals already. I don't know if it's like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know what it is. But a lot of people saying that they have action in the appeals. And so that's the case. They have action in the appeals. Maybe. And I honestly think he do. But let me just say this again. I have to go back to, I'm going to come back to what I was saying, like he's in trouble, man, because it's like a whole setup going on with these vloggers. Look, it's a vlogger. No matter what happens in court, it's all bad for Diddy. No matter what. That tells you right there that there's a fix going on. How can you not be objective? How can you not be objective? You have to be objective here. If the defense had a good day, you have to say that. If you don't say that, that means you have an agenda. That's what that means. Okay? Listen, nobody could fool me here. But there's a vlogger on YouTube. He doesn't even go there. And everything is bad for Diddy. Bad, 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 bad. That means he has an agenda. That means he has an agenda. That's what that means. That means somebody either somebody has contacted him. We'll give you a certain amount of money to say this. Something had to have gone down because these people are not objective. How can you not be objective? And how can you not be? Maybe some people are retarded. They can't be objective. Maybe I think so, but I don't think so. These people are college educated. What you mean you can't be objective here? That's how I know. Listen, let me just say this real quick for the people on the slow bus. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about for the people on the slow bus. Diddy hands are dirty. What do I mean by that? His hands are already dirty. His lawyers have already submitted that his hands are already dirty. Do you know what that means? That means he's not innocent. He's not innocent. He is guilty of abuse. He is. He's guilty of abuse. But how they're applying the law, they're saying that he's a criminal enterprise. And I know exactly how they're applying the law and how they're going to get it. I know how they're going to do it. But it's going to take a juror to practice jury nullification to hang this jury, to have a mistrial. And it would have been me. If I was on that jury, I would have hung the jury already. Because I feel like the reason why, not because he's innocent, because the charges are too much. They overcharged him. That's it. That's my only position. They overcharged him. They overcharged him. That's what I'm saying. They overcharged him. But as far as is he, I would vote not guilty. I didn't say I would vote he's not innocent. I said not guilty. That doesn't mean that he's innocent. Not guilty. See, that's why they say he's not guilty. They didn't say we find him innocent. You would never see that in the courtroom. They would never find you innocent. They find you not guilty. It's a difference. He has his hands dirty. He's not innocent here. He's guilty. I believe, here's what I believe. I believe that arson, I believe he did do that. I believe he had somebody do it. Okay, I'm not stupid. I could read between the lines. He had somebody do that. That's what I think, allegedly. He's guilty of the abuse for the whole 11 years with Cassie. He's guilty of the abuse with I think he's guilty of the abuse with Jane. I don't believe. I'm not believing the balcony incident. I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. I don't believe that. Okay, I just don't. But do I believe he put his hands on people? Yes, I do. Do I believe he's running a criminal enterprise? For me, no. I believe they overcharged him. But I see how they're applying this criminal enterprise to him. I do. Let me just explain then. And what is the enterprise? The enterprise is him with his people, his bodyguards, um, his assistants, and whatever. That's the enterprise. Okay? All you got to do is find 2 predicate acts within a 10-year period, and you're done. They already have it already. If they're going to apply the Mann Act to him, they already got it. He's already crossed state lines for the purposes of illicit sex acts. They got him. I understand that. But I just felt like they overcharged him. They could have charged him with everything else and not the RICO, and then I would have been fine with it. That's the only difference. And I know you said that's kind of extreme to vote not guilty. It's happened in the past. I did a whole video on cases where they done it at, where they applied jury nullification. Perfect example, the fugitive slave laws. Did you know that they were trying to convict people for helping set free slaves? Did you know that? They were trying to convict people on that, but people say, nah, fuck that, jury nullification, he's not guilty. You're not going to find him guilty for trying to free a slave. No, we find him not guilty. You overcharge the person. It also happened in the Prohibition era. You're not going to sit up here and lock up this person for selling a little bootleg whiskey. You know what I'm saying? Who is the government to tell us we can't drink whiskey? So jury nullification. The Vietnam War era. You're not going to convict this person because he ain't want to go to war. You know, different things like that. But I feel like he's being targeted. And I also feel like this is the undertones of racially motivated. I feel like that. So I'm practicing jury nullification. They overcharged him. You're not going to sit up here and just charge him and R. Kelly. You're not going to go ahead and charge that Abercrombie and Fitch guy. Talk about now they trying to get him out of it now, talking about he got dementia. So he probably not even going to go to trial. What he did was human trafficking. That's what he did. Okay? He was making money off these guys. That guy allegedly. That's the definition of human trafficking. And sex trafficking. Both combined. But it looked like he might skate. No, he can't skate on this. You can't just have him and Kels go to jail and this dude skate. And you're not going to go after everybody else. You picking and choosing. No, jury nullification, man. That's my position on it. Now, is he innocent? No, he's not innocent. They've already said that. They already said that he, for the past whatever so long, he's been abusing her. I don't agree with none of that. I don't agree with that he put his hands on her. That could be my niece. I don't agree with that. Okay? I don't agree with that. Or nothing like that. It only takes one time a person could say, you know, yes, the whole relationship. The one time they say no, it means no. It means no. And I'm in agreement with that. It means no. You only got to say no one time. You could have been a freak for a whole decade. All it takes is no one time. And you have to just chill. And we saw the hotel video. I didn't like that video. That video is very triggering. I did a whole article. If you read my article, I didn't publish the article, but I should publish it. I have a whole article I written. You know, despite what some people think of us, you know, I actually did go to school. I have a journalism degree. I actually do, in conjunction with political science. So I actually do. So I have an article. I just never, here's the reason why I didn't go into journalism. Because first of all, for the past 20 some years, I was wasting my fucking time in the environmental science field. I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist, but I retired myself. I'm not doing that anymore. Okay, I wasted my time in the science field. Now, I know you say it sounds like all glorified. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay. I wasn't on no research projects, which I should have got on that, but it wasn't what I was doing. So I just did that. And like I say, for young people, follow your dreams. Okay. Follow your dreams no matter what. I don't give a damn if you got to be broke. Follow your dreams. Okay. It's never too late anyway. I'm not saying it's too late. It's never too late to do something and redefine yourself. But early on, follow your dreams and don't listen to nobody. Just follow your dreams and what makes you happy. Okay. So that's what I wanted to say right there. So that's why I didn't get into the journalism. And also when I was thinking about it, but I would had to move back to New York City. I went to school in Virginia. What happened was I noticed a lot of these jobs, there was like nepotism. Nepotism as far as what organization you belong to. And I didn't like that. Just like all these boule people, they get the jobs first and they're not trying to hook you up. That's why for some people, I think, what's his name? Armand yesterday was complaining. Armand Wiggins yesterday was complaining that they be looking down on YouTubers and stuff like that and be trying to treat you a certain way. That's that boule. They don't like you. It's them against us. Our community is divided into three. Did you know that? You better know. You need to know that so you can navigate this terrain you're on. You need to know that our particular demographic is divided into three. Actually, it's divided into four, actually. And you need to know where you fit in that four so you know how to navigate. I'm not getting into that right now. We're on Diddy right now. I'm not getting into that. Even the boule is divided on Diddy. Did y'all know that? They're divided on him. Some are supporting him and some are not. The younger boule is not supporting him. The older ones my age are. I don't know if y'all know that, but you know now. I'm just giving you some behind the scenes. How do I know some of the boule? Because I was fortunate enough to go to private school when I was from kindergarten through 12th grade. So I went to school with a lot of these people, these Jack and Jill people. I did. So I know some of them. And that's how I know. So, and a lot of them is working on the news now. A lot of them working on the news. A lot of them working behind the camera and stuff like that. Some of them are producers, different things. They're really, I'm not saying they're bad people. They're really nice. The ones I know are really cool. But I'm just saying that they're divided on this. You guys don't know that because you have to know somebody to know. Yeah, they're very divided on it, on this particular subject matter. Because Diddy, let me tell you what he did, why they're divided. They cannot overlook the fact that he did give Jackson State University $1 million. No other celebrity is doing that. Jay-Z didn't do that. No other celebrity is doing it. But he did do that. And he did help a lot of other HBCUs out as well. And he did it without the media knowing about it. So a lot of the older people, like the older Generation X people, they know what he did. And they're torn by it. They're like, damn, he was helping us. We lost somebody. They feel like they're losing somebody that was helping. And they know why Diddy is being taken away. They know, but they're not going to tell us. They know he pissed somebody off. They know. And guess what, guys? They can't buck at it. You know why? Because they're in bed with the same people that's taking him away. Okay? I'm telling you guys this. I know for a fact. Well, no, I'm not going to say I know for a fact. I'm just going to say allegedly. Once you get in bed with these people, you have to listen to them for the rest of your life. Please give me a like. That'll be greatly appreciated. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving you some news that you can use. Hold on one second. Let me see. Something is going on. Hold on. Okay. Somebody was giving me some news I can use as far as why the judge was pissed, but I don't want to repeat it. See, I'm not repeating that, but here's the situation, guys. Again, he did a lot low key for the community, for them, right? For them, not for the whole. I'm talking about for them. I told you there's a divide in the community. There's a four-way divide. Did you know when Mark Zuckerberg gave all that money to Newark, New Jersey, public schools, it damn near halfway didn't go to them? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. But that's it. Let's go back to this. I told you there's a four-way divide. There's a four-way divide, yo. They gonna make sure their people is taken care of first, even though we all belong to the same demographic. It don't matter. I told you black and white is a political term. It's a political term. It doesn't. I was listening to some brothers out here talking about it yesterday. Like, why do they call themselves white? There was there's some Caribbean brothers out here, and I had to explain to them what the deal is. I said black and white are political terms to divide people. And also, if you look at it, if you want to look at it like that, we're actually the majority in this world. Actually, we're not the minority. They call you minority, and I used to laugh at that. I'm like, these people have submitted to be called minority, but if you look at this continent itself, we're the majority. So why are they calling us minorities? You can take a litmus test, right, to see if somebody woke or not. Just ask them that. Do you think you're a minority? Just ask them. There's a few litmus tests you could take to see where people are at. See, education moves beyond the classroom. And we know education taught us not to calcify a third eye. We already know that. There's nothing wrong with education, though. I mean, obviously you need education to do certain jobs in certain professions. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the stuff they brainwash you with. Like that Last Supper. That's a brainwashing. The Last Supper, everybody should be having dreads and afros and shit. There was not one person that's lighter complected that was mentioned in the Bible. Not one. Ask Vladimir Putin. He actually showed the depiction of Jesus. And he did it and smirked because he's letting the United States know how crazy y'all are. That's why he did it. Everybody else know that. They were taught this too. They were taught this too, but we were just miseducated. We're the most miseducated nation. That's why I don't want to get into that right now. That's political. But what I'm telling you is there's a divide going on with this case. And there's like a, but they got the new people, the new wave of Boule people are here. The new wave. They don't like them. And they're using them. And then you have people that's not Boule. They just happen to make it on YouTube and stuff like that. They're getting hated on. And they're feeling the hate out there. And I want to tell him why he's feeling the hate, but I can't tell him. Okay, I can't tell him, but that's just how it is. It's us against them. It's always been that way. Unless you get to be really of status, and then they'll try to bring you in. But at that point, you don't need them. Obama didn't need them, so you don't need them. Oh, yeah, Obama's not Boule, by the way. He's not. That's why they didn't like him. That's why Cornel West was going at him so much, because he wasn't a part of them. He came up the ladder through the Kennedys. That's how he came up. He took the place of John. If you know, you know. John is John F. Kennedy Jr. During the time Obama was president, that was supposed to be the time where JFK Jr. was supposed to run. It was set up for him, but he died in a plane accident. That's why. So this case is all the way. This I can see it. See, I can't prove it. I can't prove what's happening. So that's why it will continue. But I'm not saying he got himself in trouble. He did. Puff got himself in a lot of trouble. He did. And the crazy part about it is he didn't have enough of the community to back him. So he's kind of on his own right now. I know they're saying they're supposed to be having a Puff rally. I don't know. They haven't even been clear to tell me when the Puff rally is supposed to be going down. It's supposed to be going down this Friday or Saturday. I don't know. But it's supposed to be some type of Puff rally. But what I will say to you is, if you go look closely at that rally, I'm thinking it's going to be a mixture of people being paid to be there. Because you can hire, you can hire protesters. Did you know that? I told you about a site that's $200 a day. You can hire them for $200 a day. Yep. And they'll come out and protest for you. $200 a day. And I don't know if they're going to be paid protesters or they're going to be, or is it organic or people that's really supporting them? I don't think so. Unless his kids can get some people out, because unless that can happen, unless they got some like social media following to get people to come out. But the average person my age, we're not coming out. We worried about paying bills over here. See, do you know how expensive it is to live around here? People worried about paying bills, yo. People worried about trying to survive out here. Listen, there's a building right here where I'm at. It's $2,500 when you include parking, because you got to pay for parking. You got to pay for off the street parking, right? When you think about off the street parking and you got to pay for this and that and community fees, it comes up to $2,500 a month for a 1-bedroom. Okay, so $2,500 a month for a 1-bedroom, and y'all heard the shots on my live the other night. There was gunshots. You're not supposed to be hearing gunshots paying all that. Like if you were in Virginia, you paying $2,500 a month, you live in a gated community. You ain't hearing no gunshots. Now, unfortunately, where I was at in Virginia, you did hear gunshots. I know y'all like, where the fuck? Everywhere you go to the hood. Nah. It's just that we have a makeshift shooting range. And occasionally we'll shoot out there. That's what you be hearing. It's not random people shooting, but we have like a shooting range out there. In Virginia, everybody got guns. That's why I feel so naked out here. I ain't got it. You can't bring it to Jersey. You definitely can't. You better keep it home. But no utility. That's 25. Oh, I didn't even mention utilities. No, Rachel, I didn't mention utilities. I ain't mentioned utilities. And I ain't talking about even the car insurance is bad. Everything is high out here. Everything. See, I'm not changing my domicile. I'm not doing that. Nope. I'm not changing my domicile, yo. You said 757, we scrapped for real. Yeah, you damn right you scrapped. We all are strapped. Excuse me, strapped. We all strapped out there. Not up here. Yeah, it's getting expensive to be everywhere, especially Virginia. It's getting expensive. You can find some rent up there for $2,500 in Virginia. Actually, Fairfax, Virginia, is one of the most expensive zip codes in the planet. I mean, in the country. So no, Virginia has some expensive places, but that's Northern Virginia. So Diddy, again, let me get back to this. The reason why I say all that is because people are worried about paying bills, man. They're not worried about protesting. They're not worried about it. So what I'm thinking is there's going to be people out there being paid to be out there. That's what I want to know. I do recommend people to come and just listen to some of the court proceedings so you'll know how things are going. But you can still hear it from me. But let me just say this again. Did he do things to get himself in this position? The answer is yes. Okay, he did. He was doing the complete most for a damn near a decade with Cassie. The complete fucking most. Okay? And then he had to continue to do it because he was addicted. It's just like having a corn addiction, right? Adult film addiction, but he had it in person. That's how I can make sense of it. It was like having a adult film addiction, but you need it in person. That's what it was. It might not make sense to a lot of people, but that was his addiction. I don't care. It was an addiction. He couldn't stop. He needed it. It's like getting your fix. He said to her in one text message, he said, I love you so much. Because he's getting his fix. Them endorphins. But now he has a clear mind now. He's not on that stuff no more. He's not on that type of time no more. So his mind is crystal clear. And I know he wish he can turn back the hands of time. Who said the juror? I don't know. Is that really what happened? A juror talking about the case? Yeah, it's like a drug addiction. And he had a drug addiction. Yeah, juror number 7. So damn, they had 6, now 7. First juror number 6, now 7. Yeah, they said it was consensual. Well, we'll see how the jury sees it, though. You said some believe he's innocent. Wait, some believe he is innocent or guilty and should get free ride. Some believe he is guilty. And get a free ride. I know I kind of feel like a free ride because I say jury nullification, but however, I'm saying he's not innocent though. I just believe he got overcharged. I don't believe he shouldn't have never got charged. I just believe he got overcharged. That's all. That's all I believe. Yeah, Friday at 8:30. They're off for Juneteenth. And let me tell y'all something. Did you know that celebrating Juneteenth, they're actually laughing at you? Did you know that? You're celebrating. You're literally having a celebration for them not wanting to free you as a slave. That's what you're celebrating. Because the people that were freed after Juneteenth, they didn't realize they didn't realize that slavery was over. They didn't realize slavery was over. That's what we're celebrating. So I don't celebrate that shit, man. We're celebrating people still wanting us to be slaves when they should have been freed already. But a lot of people still living as slaves even though they abolished slavery. That's what we're celebrating. We're celebrating slavery. You know that, right? Y'all know that, right? You're celebrating slavery. That's why they laughing at us. They're like, how did we not know that, man? See, that's all it was with Juneteenth. They didn't realize they were still that slavery was over, and they were still living as slaves. So Juneteenth is a celebration to say this is when the slaves finally got free from the oppressive slave master that was still trying to take advantage of the system. Yeah, well, no, the sex trafficking part, all that stuff, they should have just charged him with that. The drug, all that, they should have just charged him. They didn't even need a RICO here. They could have just charged him with all of that. But I understand, guys, why they're charging him with RICO. But they're gonna literally, they can confiscate everything from him, everything, because what they're saying is he took his legit money, right, and used that money to fuel his cravings for these freak offs. And what makes it illegal, really, guys, was a domestic situation when he made it domestic. Because now they're saying it's by force and coercion. That's what made it illegal. And you remember when Jane said they had a fight, and then afterwards she had to get ready for the freak off? He shouldn't have done that. They could have easily got him if they just charged him with these crimes and not the RICO. They could have still got him. He more than likely would have had to settle out. Yeah, he should have never used no corporation pay, because you remember when they had the text messages, they said, hey, can you bring this money? Can you bring this money to the hotel? And either his assistants or Brendan Paul, they brought the money to the hotel. Well, they're considered the enterprise. And you know Christina Corum could be on trial next. Y'all know that, right? She would almost certainly have to take a deal, because they're going to wait for this. So if they can find Puff guilty on everything and the RICO, then they're going to come to her like, look, we convicted him on this. She going to have to take a deal. Because she's just as guilty as he is. Now, I think it's solid of her not to testify against him, right? Because she was down with him. Why are you going to talk about him? But they're going to come after her, I believe, if he's found guilty. You remember when we said, how many times can they try him in court? Like, what if it's a third time and it's a hung jury? Did you know the most times they ever tried somebody on a federal level was 6 times in a row? Did you know that? 6 times in a row. They kept getting hung juries. They tried this man 6 times in a row to find him guilty. The feds have unlimited resources. You said yes, I do. You said you done Fed time, so you already know how they get down. That's why it's so hard to beat them. They have so much. They have unlimited resources on us, and it's unfair. You know what I'm saying? But I just felt like they overcharged them. That's my only position. You know, yeah, that's just my only position on it, man. And I hate to say it like that, but it seems like I'm condoning what he did, and I don't. And also, he's already admitted to it already. He said, yes, it is traffic. He said, I did do the domestic stuff. They admitted this stuff in the opening statements. They've already admitted all this already, right? But the only thing they're saying It's not a criminal enterprise. That's their defense. Oh, by the way, for those that don't know, just to give you a timetable on the case, the government should be finished by Friday. because they said that they're going to take at least 90 minutes with Brendan Paul, the government, which means the defense might take the same amount of time. And then after that, that's their last witness and they rest their case. And then the defense put on their case, they said they have 3 witnesses for Friday. And they said it's going to take 2 to 5 days for their case. I think 2 days, to be honest. I think 3 days. I think they're going to be done in 3 days. I know I'm trying to look at it from both ways, true justice, but I'm going to be honest with you with this. Like, I'm just going to say it's up to the jury, man. You know what I'm saying? It's up to the jury because the jury is very unpredictable. You might think they got him right, but the jury might say, nah, not guilty, man. That could happen that way. We don't know yet. The jury has been very unpredictable in the past. So, but I think we've already touched every angle already. I don't think there's no more angles to touch. The only angle that we didn't touch yet was Christina Coram. Like, what would have happened if she but I don't know. I don't think she's testifying. It's Brendan Paul. They went and got him. So I guess they're going to try to prove the drug distribution. I don't agree with that. I believe that he had all that them drugs he had was personal use. And they were like party favors, giving them out like party favors. That's not drug distribution. I don't think they're going to get him one, but I don't know what else Paul's going to say, though. The main charge he got to beat, I know people saying the RICO, but that's sex trafficking he got to beat. Yo, that's a mandatory minimum of 15 years. The judge can't go under 15 years, so he needs to beat that. I know Jonathan Audie didn't testify. They said that they had a lot of people that they sent out subpoenas, but they cut the list in half. They're not using all the people now. I think they felt like they met their burden with what they have. The only reason why I feel that way, we took a poll in here the other day, and most people feel like he's going to be found guilty on something. That's something that I guess everybody can agree with, right? But some people like me, I'm being on the other side. I'm like, nah, I mean, I think they overcharged him, right? But just looking at the overall picture, I mean, the overall consensus, they're saying that he's going to be found guilty on something. Even Diddy has already been prepared for that. Because like I said, he hired Alexandra Shapiro. And she got a lot of pull on the appellate level because that's where she worked at. She was like in charge of all of that. And she also worked for the Supreme Court, under Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So she has a lot of pull. So he hired her, and he also hired somebody to look into protecting his assets. So he already know the worst possible outcome. Yeah, so I had it on mute for a minute. Sorry about that. He already know the worst possible outcome, so that's why he's already put lawyers in place already to protect his assets and also for the next level of the appeals. He hired Sam Bankman-Fried's lawyer. She's really good, and her husband. They have a law firm together. It's called Shapiro and Bach. You can look them up, and they're really good with appellate level cases and getting cases overturned and getting cases back in court. They have a very, very good track record in doing that. And they've been practicing law for over 30 years. All of them are like Ivy League educated. So he has really good representation, um, in that aspect. So that I'm not, So he strategically put her there because she already know the tricks of the trade on getting cases turned around. I bet you she's sitting there writing everything down that's being an error right now so that they ready for the appeals. And, that's her, that's really, that's really her stick. So that's Alexandra Shapiro. I think the saying about her goes like this. If you can afford her, it's best to go get her. It's best to have her than not. She's known for that. So she's sitting there writing everything down. So when they get ready for the appeals, he should be having some action in the appeals. So he covered all bases just in case of the worst happened to him. He's already covered it. He's already prepared for it, actually. I'm pretty sure. So the only issue is I wonder why his other attorney never said why he got off the case. Did you know that's one of the first cases that he stepped down from since he's been practicing? I'm talking about Anthony Rico. Did you know he represented Sammy the Bull? Now some people I think they even Sammy the Bull said this is not true. They said he represented Osama bin Laden here in New York. Sammy the Bull said that's not true because he was representing him at the time. And Sammy the Bull said, around mafia circles, everybody know who Anthony Rico is. He's a really great attorney. Like that, he is known to be a really great attorney. He said that. I think Michael Francis said the same thing. Everybody know who he is. Everybody. He's all the street. Everybody know him. And he's from Harlem. So, yeah, very well respected attorney in that area, even throughout the country, actually. So I'm not sure why he never officially gave a reason why he's not on the case. Yeah, it's not always a guarantee, but given Puff's stardom, he'll be granted an appeal. Well, no, I mean, you automatically can file an appeal, but I don't know if you're going to win it. But being with his status and his resources, he's going to have action. It's not always a guarantee, though. He'll have action more than the average person, put it that way. Yeah, the one with the bow tie, the brother, Anthony Rico. Yeah, he said he'll give Diddy a year on the trafficking. Not the trafficking, the Mann Act. He said he'll give him a year on that, which he already got time served. He said he will find him guilty on 2 charges. He will sentence him to a year on one of the charges, and the other one, I forget what he said. He didn't say, but he said for sure he got him on 2. He said the RICO, no, he don't have him on that. Joe Brown said the same thing. He don't have him on the RICO, but the other stuff, some of the other stuff, he said they would have been better off charging him without the RICO. But they understand why they're charging him with the RICO. They going for the gusto here. They going for everything. Oh, his appeal going to be heard. Alexandra Shapiro going to see to that. She used to run that department. YouTube Unfolded. She got pulled up there. That's why I say he in a unique circumstance, unique situation. He gonna be heard. Oh, he gonna be heard. Oh, he ain't fighting years to get heard. I would say 3 to tops. I would say 3 years tops. That's a long time though to be sitting in MDC, and I think she will have it where he can sit in MDC until he exhausts his, until he get past that first level, like Sam Bankman-Fried, because she's working Sam Bankman-Fried's case. Now, Nature Boy, he gonna be fighting for years. Not Diddy. No, he got too many resources, and he also got Alexandra Shapiro. That's one thing Nature Boy don't have. Hey, Craig, I'm not saying, hey, anything is, hey, they may have. Which tape you talking about? The hotel tape? I don't know. They may have had a file on him. I can't officially say they did, but being who he is and being that he was connected, being that, he was, they had a hip hop task force, right? They call it the hip hop police, aka the hip hop task force. Imagine what resources they have available to them now. They may have been sharing files with each other. I don't know. So he may have had a file on him. He was the brand, so it's easy to mix business with personal. Yeah, Zach. That's what they did. That's what they said. They said he took that business money and did the free calls, and they showed the paper trail. The American Express cards. You know what he would have been better off doing? Not using a company credit card and setting up an adult entertainment company and have it in Las Vegas. He'd have been better off doing that. But he wasn't thinking. He wasn't thinking that he was going to be sitting here. He never thought that he would be sitting in federal court, man. Never. So hindsight is 2020, like my mother said. She said he wasn't thinking that. You said he wanted to write off everything. Well, he should have started another company, like these adult, the adult entertainment companies, because essentially he was doing adult entertainment because he was recording it. So he might as well have started a company. But see, the problem is he wouldn't want her to be employee of that company. That ain't gonna seem right. That the optics not gonna seem right on that, because remember, he don't want to be known as having an adult entertainment company because he was really careful with his optics in the media. So he wasn't thinking that. Yeah, social media wasn't like it is today as well. So he just was not thinking about this. But I tell you what, if anybody else doing this, they need to stop. Now you see what they're doing with Tyler Perry, right? He's next. And I said in my video, I said his case could turn criminal. You know that, right? If they decide to indict him, they can. If they have the evidence. And I'm not trying to be, we're going to have to say this for the record. I hate calling people crayon colors, but there's a white guy that's accusing him. Think about that. They going after Tyler. He's next. They gonna take his empire down. That's what I think. He's next. He's next. And guess what? Where there's smoke, there's fire. That means somebody else gonna come out. Watch. Wait and see. Somebody else is gonna come out on him now. Watch. It's just a matter of time. Yes, Tyler did this to me, allegedly. And like I said, all this is alleged, right? All this is alleged now. However, we already know, we already learned, we already educated on R. Kelly and Diddy. We're educated now. Everybody is well educated on the federal system now. I promise you. Everybody that's listening, if you've been following this case, you're now educated on the federal system. Nobody can tell you nothing about the system no more. Nobody. You're learning it firsthand. You're learning it firsthand. Yeah, it could go criminal YouTube Unfolded if they want them. And the fact that this is coming out and it's been made public, uh-oh, uh-oh. Guys, the mountain is falling. The mountain is falling. The mountain is falling. We have smoke in the house. No, it's a fire, and they can't put it out. They should have known when they went after Cosby. They should have been like, wait a minute. They going after Cosby. Let me start paying money out. If I wrong this person, let me just settle out right now. Let me just go ahead and settle. Because the feds might get in Tyler's business now. I would not be surprised. And they will take their time. We don't know when it's going to come down. If it do come down. They could be, any day now, they could be like, we're indicting him. We're coming to search his house, his property, and everything. At any time. Yeah, I believe more charges are coming. Everybody is stepping down. Remember, a lot of people like step down from their positions and hire lawyers. And guys, I don't know what's going on with R. Kelly. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know how he will OD and he's in solitary confinement. Well, the story has it they gave him too much of his medication. I don't know if it was an accidental overdose. And look, the hospital was saying they didn't want him to leave. They said the authorities wanted him out of the hospital. The doctors didn't. He's in grave trouble. I don't know what he knows. He got to know something. I'm gonna say allegedly on that. He might be holding some information on something. But I mean, shit. That's the penitentiary. Everybody life on the line and you're in the penitentiary. So he's no different. People that's listening, if you ever been in the system, you're probably shaking your head. Okay, all right. Well, I survived it. That's probably what you're saying. You said he apologized for his act. Who apologized? So you said no. There are investors. Well, in the penitentiary, yeah, they do. You talking about investors in the penitentiary? Yeah, they do have investors in the. You said he apologized for his actions. That wasn't good enough for them. That wasn't good enough. You said what's more powerful over a company than Diddy? The government. You say he's trying to get a pardon from Trump. Trump report. Trump reported upset with Diddy came out against him. He mentioned it. He said he used to like me until I got in politics. The fact that he said that don't look good. The fact that he said that means he remember. You're like, you said something about me. So I have no idea. Oh, you say you talking about Cassie suits? Oh, let me reread it again. Let me see. You said did not settle with Cassie. The brand did. He had no say so due to investors. So what you saying is what you saying is his insurance settled. That's what you're saying. He had insurance to settle with her. That's probably what you're saying. He didn't pay out of his pocket. His companies did. Well, she sued him too. She sued him. She sued the companies. She sued the hotel. She sued she sued quite a lot of other people that when she sued. Hey, how's it going? All right, so. Oh, okay. Yeah, she sued yeah, you're right. She sued his company. She sued him too. He was listed as well, and also the Intercontinental Hotel. And she settled with the Intercontinental Hotel. Yeah, so yeah, his company's right. But she still had him listed though. But yeah, he probably his insurance or something probably paid her off. She got 10 million from the hotel, which means that if she got 10 million, that means she pocketed after taxes and her attorney fees, she probably pocketed 6 million, 5 or 6 million. I would say 5 million to be on the safe side, 5.5 million. And then she settled with him for 20. So that means she pocketed after taxes. Maybe he paid her attorney fees. I'm not sure. If he paid her attorney fees, I'm not sure if he did, but if he did, she probably pocketed probably 7 million off the Intercontinental Hotel. I mean, if the Intercontinental Hotel paid her attorney fees, she pocketed about 7. And from him, she pocketed about 16 million. So all together, she probably got about 22 million altogether when you factor in the taxes and the attorney fees. So that's what she's looking at. And if she put half of that money in an interest bearing account, she can live off that money for the rest of her life. You said so her personal trainer husband got to come up. Of course, he's married to her. And he probably told her, encouraged, like, man, sue this dude, man. Sue this dude, man. You know, we sitting here, you know what I'm saying? We live in a certain type of way. You accustomed to a certain lifestyle. Sue him, man. Get made, and get made whole, as they say. I want to get made whole. You said they paid 24 hours later. Right. This wasn't his, right. It wasn't his option. He had to do it. Yeah, and also he has a lot of people working for him too. He's responsible for a lot of people's salaries. So he was trying to put the fire out, but it was too late because he settled too late. He settled too late. It actually he should have settled before we knew about it, before it went public. It's neither here nor there now, as we say, right? It's neither here nor there. It's happened. It's over with. Like my mother say, hindsight is always 2020. She said if he had to take back the hands of time, he would have settled with her when she first came with him with the money. He would have settled. And I'm sure, according to Gene Deal, his lawyer at the time was Benjamin Braffman. And if anybody know Benjamin Braffman from the tri-state area, you know he's a high-powered attorney. He's somebody that you're supposed to listen to. And if he told Diddy to settle with her, he should have settled. That's what Gene said. Benjamin Braffman told him to settle. And his name ring bells everywhere. Sometimes you just got to cut your losses, man. And let's see if Tyler Perry do it. We'll see. Because check this out. In a civil case, it's the preponderance of evidence, meaning is it likely to be true? So everybody on each side get a 50-50 shot, right? Let's say if it inch just the needle inch just a little bit, the scales tip just a little bit in favor of the person that's suing, he wins automatically, he or she. Did you know that? This is not a criminal case. It's the preponderance of evidence. Is it likely to be true or not? So all the jury has to do is believe him just a little bit more than Tyler, and he gets that money. Now, Tyler has a right to appeal if he loses, but this could turn criminal. So Tyler should have been looking at this case here. Like, wait a minute, man. There's something to this. They should have known when Weinstein went down. They should have known. Because Weinstein, he can't get out to save his life. He cannot get out the system to save his life, man. Even though they came up with a hung jury, they still found him guilty on one count, that which added another 10 years to what he's already doing. He's already doing Fed time. So now he got to try to beat the feds, and then he got to try to beat he ain't never getting out. It's crazy. He trying though. He got good lawyers. He do. He trying. Yeah, he might have thought they were trying to extort him. But here's the thing. He may be innocent. He may not have done this stuff. So if he didn't, just go ahead with that. Okay, I didn't do it. But what if he did do something? It's better to settle. It's better to settle, man, if he did do something. It's better to settle, man. But if he didn't do anything, he totally innocent, then yeah, man, go along with the process. Because it'll work itself out in court eventually. You said Diddy and Weinstein is completely different situations. Diddy is way more innocent. But depending on who you talk to, some people saying, nah, he not innocent. He definitely not innocent on the domestic violence. He already said that. He said it and his lawyer said that. So he definitely not innocent there. You said he would have to pay everyone? Yeah, if everybody start coming out. But I don't know. Maybe these guys were off the hook. I don't know. We'll see. But where there's smoke, there's fire. That means other people might be coming out. Tyler Perry Forbes has him as a billionaire with the Tyler Perry Studios that made him a billionaire. He owns all his masters. He owns everything. He owns the rights to all his work. You know how rare that is? You know how rare that is to do that? That man, he set it up where his whole generations could eat for life. That make him a very powerful man. A very powerful man. He owns all his stuff. He might have partnered up with a few people, of course, but for the most part, he owned the greater percentage of his work. More than 50%. Maybe 65% of his work. So that's kind of like, he really beat the game. He really did. You said he's not being charged? No, Tyler Perry is being sued. He's not being charged. He's like Oprah, smoke and mirrors, bro. Hey, man, Oprah ain't got nothing to do with this. Oprah quiet. You know what I'm saying? Oprah know how to play the system, yo. Oprah, OG. She been doing this before Tyler Perry. She been doing this a very long time, bro. She been doing this since the 80s. She ain't saying nothing. She quiet. You said Diddy not being charged with abuse? I know he's not. Well, by force, coercion by force, it is kind of like abuse. It is abuse. If you look at it, if you think about it, coercion, yeah. He got to beat that charge because that carries a mandatory minimum, folks. I'm not even thinking about I'm thinking about that. That carries a mandatory minimum. He's 55 years old. If anybody know that's been in the feds, if you get 15, right? How much of that did you have to do before you eligible for parole? Anybody know? Because he got a mandatory minimum on that charge. It's 15 years. So how long would he have to do if they have it concurrent? If they have all the charges concurrent, which I think the judge is going to do, he's going to do it concurrent. He got to do 85%. 10 years? Okay, but so that means he's looking at 65 years old when he get out. That's what you're saying. And he still don't get his passport back when he get out. He got to serve the rest on parole. He's still going to be on paperwork. You said he doing it all? That's what somebody told me as well. My cousin had to fight the feds. Yo, let me tell you all this story real quick. So my cousin, this was years ago. He was fighting his case, right? He had a really good attorney. And I never forget it, man. He told the family, he said, they got me dead to rights, man. He said, I'm going to write a letter to the judge and I'm going to apologize for making bad decisions. And he sat up before the judge. I never forget, we were all there. He read the letter to the judge. And he said, I didn't make a mistake. That's not a mistake. I made wrong decisions. And he knows, he's one of the reasons why I got into legal, because he should have went to be a lawyer. This guy, like throughout high school, he got nothing but straight A's. He graduated at the top of his class. And then he went on to Rutgers. He got nothing but straight A's at Rutgers. Nothing but straight A's. But then he dropped out because he was into the life. And I remember he had aspirations of becoming an attorney. He was really that smart. He's like gifted, man. And he sat there before the judge. I'll never forget it, man. He said, I didn't make a mistake. He said, I made bad decisions. I made poor decisions. He said, it's not my upbringing. He said, my mother did the best she could. She gave me a really good life. I went to private school. He said, I apologize to my mother. He said, I apologize to you, the judge. I apologize to the prosecutors for spending your resources. Judge, I'm guilty. He said that. And then the judge said to him, she paused for a minute. She said, I'm gonna say this to you again. Did anybody coerce you to saying this? Because this was his hearing. He said no. She said, I'm gonna ask you again. I'm giving you a chance. She said, did anybody put you up to saying this? He said, no, I'm taking the responsibility. And his lawyer said, yes, that's correct. She said, I'll be back. She was almost in tears. She said, I'll be back. And she said to him, she had a long speech for him. She said, you could easily be sitting here where I am. She said that. She said, you could easily, she said, sir, you're gifted. She was like, I went through your whole thing. She said, I know you don't know what a B is. She said, you got straight A's all throughout college. She said, I don't know why you're here. Oh, they got a dog off the leash. I'm just looking at it. So she said to him, she said to him, she said, I know when you do your time, when I sentence you, you're gonna do great things. She said, I already know that. You're never coming back. She said, there's no recidivism rate for you. You're not coming back. And when she sentenced him, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm looking at the time. I said, that's a lot of time, yo. And did you know she allowed, before he left the court after he got sentenced, she allowed him to talk to his family. That's unheard of. They usually take you away in cuffs. He sat and talked to us for a minute. He was so relieved that he got that time. Because if he had took it to trial, he would have essentially been away. He would have been away for a very long time. He would have been still in there now. And I never forget that. And she said, when you get out, she said, I'll probably be retired by then. But she said, I'm gonna keep up with you. She said, I'm gonna follow you. She said, because I know when you get out, she said, you're gonna start a business and you're gonna start hiring people. She said, I know you are. And guess what happened? That's what he's doing. When he got out, he opened, he eventually had opened 3 barbershops, one in Virginia, one in Philly. I forget what the other one is. And he opened up a restaurant. And did you know on his grand opening of his restaurant, she attended? I never forget it. Yeah, I never forget it, man. He live in Virginia now, out there where I'm at. But he live in Northern Virginia. Never forget that. So my cousin was saying, he said there's a couple things. He said, because when he was in the feds, he was they classify you, okay? So I don't know how it all works. I don't know how it all works. I would just listen to him, but I forgot a lot of the stuff he said. But he said you have a classification. He said, so they'll send you to where some people go to a low level, and some people go to where El Chapo went, ADX Florence. Like you got ADX Florence for the bombers and stuff like that, the Unabomber, people like that, right? That's the highest level. That's you're on lockdown. You have a shower within your prison and your cell. You only come out by yourself to wreck. He said that's the highest level. Then you have a low level, and it's up to his classification. But he told me, he said even though Puff might have a record, I don't know if he have a record. He said, but if he do, it's past 10 years. That counts for him because he hasn't gotten in trouble within the past 10 years, right? He believes even though Puff should not be considered high level, they're gonna consider him high level because of his resources. Initially, he said he's gonna have to fight that eventually. He said he'll eventually get to the lower level in his stay there, but he said initially they might consider him high level because of his resources and how much money he has. But he said he don't know. He said he don't want to go to ADX Florence. He don't want to go there. But more than likely, he said he may not be sent there, but they're gonna consider him like. And also, he said they have to, if he have any health issues, he said if he have any health issues, he'll probably go where R. Kelly is. He said if he have any health issues, because where R. Kelly is one of the second best in the federal system for health issues, and also people charged with them type of crimes. So he said he might go where R. Kelly is. He said more than likely. I believe that's in North Carolina. So he said he said if he's a betting man, he's gonna go where R. Kelly is. But my cousin, he was in federal prison with mobsters. And he said he was in there with I forget the dude's name. He's from New York. He said he was in there with people that did white collar crimes. He was housed with them, and there was a few mobsters in there, but he pretty much was in there with like people that did white collar crimes. He wasn't in the prison with Madoff. I forget where he was. I forget the name of it. He wasn't in there with Madoff. He almost went there, where Bernie Madoff was. But in his area, it was a lot of white collar people, a lot of Wall Street people and shit like that. But he said, bro, man, he said, but for him, he said, if he got any health issues, he would go to where R. Kelly is. Yeah, most never see ADX. It's only the high level people, the notorious people. Like the name of like somebody like a El Chapo, he would go there. Or those Muslim people that the Islamic people that they consider the terrorists, they went there. What's his name? Went there. I forget his name. That bombed the federal building. He went there. I think Ted Kaczynski went there. People like that. But what's his name went there? Unique Mecca Audio went there though. And the reason why Unique Mecca Audio went there because he was considered like he had a lot of influence. That's why I say it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility if Puff went there. I don't think he gonna go there, but I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I will be surprised. I think he might stay where he is fighting appeal like Sam Bankman-Fried because he also has Alexandra Shapiro. I forgot about that. He'll probably stay where he is right now. Yeah, it is like a modern day Alcatraz, but you're not escaping there. Alcatraz, they escaped there with the help of Bumpy Johnson. If you know, you know. Bumpy Johnson was the one that supplied the boat. That's how they was able to get to the boat. It was because of Bumpy Johnson. Because Bumpy Johnson was doing time there at the time. Yep, he was in Alcatraz at the time when those people escaped. The old Harlem mops, a whole Harlem guy, Bumpy Johnson. Yeah, Unique Mecca Audio. He tells a story when he was in ADX Florence. He said when he got there, they beat him up real quick. And he was like, what the hell is this? He said, just to let you know we in charge. Yep. Real quick, they just, put hands on him real quick. Just to let him know. Yeah, they got away too. The legend has it that they went to Brazil. And one of them sent their mother, the brothers, they sent their mother a postcard and it was from Brazil. And she knew it was them. So the official story is that they drowned in the shark and whatever ate them up. But I don't think so. I think they made it. But the official story is that they didn't make it because they didn't want to have the embarrassment. Hey, thank you, Max, for the Cash App, brother. Yeah, the official story is they didn't make it. But I think they made it. I don't know if Bumpy Johnson ever got in trouble for that. I don't think so because they just wanted to say the embarrassment. They didn't want to think that he had that type of pull, which he did, actually. I don't know if y'all know this. You know Bumpy Johnson was really good friends with Babe Ruth. Did y'all know that? It was one Christmas, Babe Ruth gifted him a Cartier watch. Bumpy Johnson. He was real good friends with Bumpy Johnson. And a lot of people like, why? Why is he hanging out in Harlem with the brothers? Like, why? Because he could pass. Babe was passing. He's what you call he was passing. He was like what they call, he was like what is it they call it? Quadrooms? He was like a quadroon. He could pass. And that's the official story with unofficial story with Babe Ruth. And if you go look at a picture of Babe Ruth in Yankee Stadium, he taking pictures with the brothers. And all the other people looking at Babe Ruth like side-eyeing him, like, why is he doing that? And Ty Cobb was a known racist. The baseball player Ty Cobb, he hated Babe Ruth. You can go read it. He hated him. And why did he hate him? He didn't have no reason to hate Babe Ruth. Yeah, Bumpy still had a lot of pull, even in prison. Yep. But yeah, he was really good friends with the Bambino, aka the Sultan of SWAT. Unofficially broke the color barrier in baseball. He unofficially did. That's why they wouldn't let him be a manager. Because after he retired, he wanted to be a manager and they wouldn't let him. The Yankees wouldn't let him. And my only reason is for that is because they knew what happened. But he was making a lot of money in baseball. Did you know Babe Ruth was the first player to have an off season where he worked out? He actually made that popular to work out in the off season. That was because of Babe Ruth. He actually had a workout plan in the off season. Yeah, Al Capone was too. Man, Al Capone, look, Al Capone was the man. Did you know he was the first person riding around with bulletproof cars? Al Capone. He was making so much money during Prohibition, he had bulletproof cars, dog. Al Capone. That's like the dynasty of gangs and stuff. That date back to Al Capone. That date back to the old country. Yep, Al Capone. No, she not there, Moon. There's a lot of stuff happening in the background. I don't want to speak on it unless they tell their story. Something happened with Tisa too, to make her go get bodyguards. For sure. I was there when it happened. But in my power though, I wouldn't have. I mean, if I happened to be standing there, I was like down the street a little bit. If I had to been standing, I wouldn't have tried not letting that happen to her. I would have intervened. That's still a sister at the end of the day. I would have had to intervene. It wouldn't have been a bystander effect with me. I would have had to try. I would have had to try to like prevent something from happening to her. I don't even know her like that. Man, Al Capone was the man back then, yo. He definitely was. Bulletproof cars, not SUVs, bulletproof cars, tailor-made suits. Hey, man, that's Al Capone, man. Now, one of my guys, when I remember I was researching him when I was a kid, was Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson was what we call a Renaissance man. He was before his time. He wore tailor-made suits, drove nice cars. The women loved him. He's what boxers pattern themselves after. You know how boxers, they're like flamboyant, they wear the nice suits. That was because of Jack Johnson. Man, Jack Johnson was the man, yo, and he was very articulate. He was self-educated, but he was a very smart, well-spoken guy. The ladies loved him. The nice suits, man. Jack Johnson, look, Jack Johnson, when he went to New York, things were segregated, right? Bullshit. He still went in. Hey, come on in, Mr. Johnson. They still did it. They didn't give a fuck. They're like, let him in. Yeah, he was before his time, yo. Walk with his head up. That man was before his time, yo. I love Jack Johnson. And yeah, it was like, oh, he can't come in this club. Watch him walk right in. And they had a table ready for him. Come on in, Mr. Johnson. That's how it was with him. He lived how he wanted to live. He wasn't gonna let somebody tell him who he was gonna be with. That's why he did it. He did it out of protest. That's why he did it. He said, you're not gonna tell me how to live. And they used the man act on him. That's what they did. They sure did. And let me tell you what happened, right? When he finally came back from Europe, because he was officially on the run, and he came back from Europe, when he went to turn himself in, the warden said, don't put handcuffs on him. Let him come in with dignity. And he kept his jail cell open, never locked it. He walked freely around. They respected him. Because they said he didn't do nothing. That's what the warden, he didn't do nothing. Don't put handcuffs on this man. And he shook his hand. When he came up to him, he shook his hand, and they went on inside. That's Jack Johnson. That man was before his time, yo. He's like a hero of mine. Because I wanted to box. Like, when I was younger, I used to box. That's how I know 50 Cent was a boxer. Yo, 50 Cent, yo, he could have easily been a champion. Easily. He could have easily, if he hadn't went into rap, he would have been a champion in boxing. That's how nice he was with his hands. This man was nice. I'm telling you, he was nice. This man, people feared boxing him. I'm just telling y'all this. They feared him. His name rang bells throughout the tri-state area and Philly and the West Coast. Everybody knew who he was. He was going to be a champion, but he took another route. He went to the rest was history. But if he hadn't got in rap, he would have been a world champion. He had that Tyson attitude, yes. He knew Mike back then. Y'all didn't know. He knew Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson knew him. He knew him back then. Floyd knew him too. Let me tell you how him and Floyd, they known each other since they were kids. How they knew each other is because Floyd, when his dad got locked up, right? His dad had got locked up for a minute. And his Uncle Roger and them, they sent him to New Jersey because he had, Floyd had family here. And Floyd was in the boxing gyms out here. And he went to this boxing gym I went to where this brother, check this out. The brother that owned the gym, word on the street was he was the one that killed Malcolm X. He was a police officer. I didn't know that growing up. I still don't know if he did it. But the word on the street is he was one of the brothers that took out Malcolm X. He owned a gym in boxing. I mean, he owned a boxing gym in Newark. Okay. And his wife ran the gym because, his wife did all the accounting and signed people up and stuff like that. And they had an after school program because my mother couldn't really afford a babysitter. So I used to go there. But my mother, like, here's the problem though. She couldn't afford a babysitter, right? And she didn't want me to box either. She didn't want me to box. So, but they damn near didn't charge my mother. They charged her a little amount of money to watch me. And I used to get a ride to the gym after school. And I used to box because if you in there, because you had to do your homework first. His wife was like really strict on that. You had to do your homework first and then you could get in the gym and you could box. So if I'm in the gym, I'm in there learning how to box, right? My mother did not want me to box. So she took me out of that program, yo. Yes, she did. She took me out of that program. But it was fun, though. It was for kids. It was something for kids to do. You know what I mean? So I don't know if he had something to do with Malcolm X death. But I know they were nice to us. And they didn't charge my mother. And they knew, she, back then my mother had to work. You know what I'm saying? And she couldn't afford a babysitter. So they didn't charge her that much money. But it was a really good program for people. And we used to know about 50 Cent in New York because he was known for just like having his hands, yo. He was nice. He damn sure could have been a champion. He would have been a welterweight champion. He'd have been known to be a welterweight. But as he matured, he probably would have been a heavyweight. As he matured, he probably went on to the heavyweight division. But yeah, 50 had his hands was nice. And you know, it's very hard to make it up the ranks. You know, in boxing like that, it's very hard to go to the Golden Gloves. But he was a Golden Glove person. He was gonna do it. Definitely was. It was so much competition in the tri-state though, and then also, you know, Arturo Gotti was coming up around that time. I knew him too. Rest in peace to Arturo Gotti, man. He was a really nice guy, yo. Really nice guy. When he became a champ, you know what I'm saying? He never like looked down at nobody. He was really, you know, he came up through Jersey City, by the way. You know, he came up through that area, through Jersey City with all the Italians over there. Um, you know what I'm saying? But he made it out though. You know what I'm saying? Arturo Gotti. I met Marvelous Marvin Hagler. Man, I thought he was a god to me, yo. When I met him as a kid. He signed my 8th grade graduation photo. I thought he was a god, yo. Marvelous Marvin Hagler. You know what I'm saying? Had his pictures on my wall. I thought Mike Tyson was a god too when I met him. Like, I'm a kid, you know what I'm saying? And here go the champ, you know what I'm saying? I thought he was like, you know what I'm saying, like a comic book hero. It's crazy. But that's how boxers are. Most boxers, they come up through humble beginnings. You never really see a rich person become a boxer. It's a poor man's sport. But as far as the trial, like Puff, I never met him. Nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, he did what he had to do to get to where he is. And I don't know what he had to do to get to where he is. I don't even want to entertain that. Whatever the fuck he had to do. But he had to do something. And it might have messed his mind up. Because that stuff, what you got to do to get to that level is crazy. I don't even want to begin to entertain the stuff that he has seen in the entertainment industry. Messing with Clive Davis and them. I don't even want to talk about it. I bet you he's sitting on some information right now. He probably is. That stuff is real, Jason. Stuff is real, man. That stuff is real. It's not, you say all the glitz and glamour, is just all that stuff is not gold, man. You got to pay a price. And now we starting to realize that all them conspiracy theories were true. All them casting couches, all that crazy stuff, man. I heard that. I don't know the truth. I don't know the story behind that about Puff's father and Frank Lucas and them. And I know that he got assassinated. I think that's the word, the official word, that he got assassinated. You know what I'm saying? Near Central Park. I think it's near Central Park that happened at. So that's the word. Like, I don't know too much of the story though to speak on it. He died when Puff was 3 years old. I know that much. But I don't know, like, as far as his affiliation. I mean, I know the story, but I don't know enough of it. I haven't really studied it yet to know enough about it on what but he was a street guy, though. He definitely was. You said pay attention to what they're calling trafficking. Watch the laws, you will see. I know I read the laws on it. And I'm like, damn, it's kind of hard to get away from that, from what they're trying to get them on. It's kind of hard. But hey, man, I don't know. I don't know everything he was privy to and what he was doing, man. You dance with the devil, stuff happens, man. I know a lot of people are talking about if Hugh Hefner was still alive, he probably would get charged. Because one of the girls came out and said the rituals were having sex with him. They all had to line up and they had to wait in line to have sex with him all at the same time. And the last one he would finish with. She said that. They would literally wait in line to get in line to get on top of him. Yep, she said that. She said that was the ritual. And she was amazed how he was able to survive that. So they saying if he was alive right now, he would probably be getting charged. But he's gone. But even Hef, he wasn't even the inventor of the free calls. He wasn't. This been going on since the early 1900s. It's been going on. They had this society where they all wear black fingernail polish. The women do. And they be doing types of rituals because Eddie Murphy bodyguard was telling the story. He said Flip Wilson took him to a Hollywood party. And he said it was wild. It was drugs everywhere. It was wild. Yep, Flip Wilson took him. It was somewhere near Malibu. So this been going on way before Puff was alive, yo. He wasn't even around. This been going on. And there's a lady that be hanging out with all these Hollywood people. She be wearing this black lipstick and stuff. I don't even want to speak on her, yo. She fucking scares me. She scared me, yo. She always be at the Met Gala. Wearing that black, and she married to, what's his name? I forget that dude name she married to. But he rolled with all them people. So I don't know, man. You rolling with somebody like that? I remember Jay-Z did a video with this one lady inside this art studio. I don't want to speak on her either. Nope. I don't want to speak on her because I feel like I don't even want to speak on her. Nope. But she around though. She'll be around all the functions. You'll see her. I guess she the person to go to. Hey man, this trial is just a healthy. I just keep my mind on this because there's some stuff going on in the country, in the world right now, that's damn near serious. It's serious. It's serious, man. We just hope that they don't have cells in this country. Sleeper cells. We better hope not. We better hope they find them. That's the only thing I can say. Yeah, her, Native T. And there's another lady. It's not just her. It's another lady. I forget her name. She wear the black fingernails and the black lipstick and all that. And dressing all black and red. She married to, what's his name? He do fashion. She married to him. And she mad older than he is, too. She way older than her husband. Well, Dr. York, that was my childhood when Dr. York was around. Down in the tri-state, Dr. York. Yeah. I remember him from when I was little. And then he moved to Atlanta, and had a combine out there. And you know, he's still in jail. He's still locked up. Did you know he could have took a deal? He probably would have been out by now. Nope. He was playing around. And they was like, nah, yo, they threw the book at him. They threw the book at Dr. York. They sure did. He was still trying to be in cosplay in court, trying to say he a messiah. They were like, all right, yo, we gonna Sentence your Messiah ass. And that's what they did to him. Yeah, I know who he is. I don't like to mention his name, Mr. Touches. It's Alistair, by the way. It's not Alexander. Alistair. They can have all that. They have a club in New York City. I should go by there and show y'all. But I have to go by there on the weekend, like Saturday night. And you're gonna hear music playing, but the windows is blacked out. That's a club that you can't get into. You gotta be invited. All the wealthy be in there. They be doing all type of everybody naked, all types of stuff in there, yo. I found that place by accident. Because I saw a big ass football bodyguard standing out there. I said, yo, this a club? He said, you can't get in though. I said, can we pay? He said, nah, you need to be a member. I said, all right, I'm just asking. It's right in the Midtown. They think they got two of them. Oh, you in the BX. Have you been down to the courthouse yet? Mr. Touches, have you been down there? If not, I'll see you down there at some point. If you out there, just let me know it's you. Whenever you decide to come down to the courthouse. Whenever you decide to come to the courthouse, let me know. Just run up on me. No, it's Studio 54 on steroids. You can't even get in. You can get in if a member lets you in. That's like that Bill Gates and type stuff. They go in there. Yeah, if you ever come down to the courthouse, man, let me know it's you. Because you're in the BX, you take the train right on there. You'd be right there. Come on down. Because it's about to go down, Mr. Touch. It's about to go down. So you might as well come now. You don't need a YouTube to sit in there. Just come and sit in. Because closing statements about to happen soon. Because they said it's going to be 2 to 5 days for the defense to put on their case. The government should be resting their case. The government should be resting their case. The government should be resting their case Friday, and then the defense said they only need 2 to 5 days, which I'm thinking 3 the most. And then it'll be closing statements. You might want to be there for that. Yeah, 24. Yeah. But during that time, I think they're gonna have more overflow rooms because it's gonna be packed. A lot of people gonna show up for that. A lot of his supporters, everything, they're gonna be there heavy. He do have a lot of supporters in the courtroom, by the way. He do, for sure. He got a lot of people he grew up with too, that be there. A lot of people he grew up with, childhood friends. I saw some of them, talked to some of them. Yeah, childhood friends, stuff like that. Yeah, no court. Popcorn TV. The juror wasn't feeling well. Yeah, juror wasn't feeling well, man, which is understandable. They going through a lot of stress. I feel them on that. Just enjoy the 2 days off. Juneteenth. They off for Juneteenth and be back Friday. You said most YouTubers be lying. That's why you have to decipher it. You know what I'm saying? But it's going to be, the closing statements is going to be real. It's going to be real thick, the tension. And then when the jury get the case, when they finally start deliberating, yeah, it's stressful. Got to be stressful. You said no. That's why I go there myself. Oh, you do go there. Oh, I didn't know you were there. You should have. Did we meet already? Because you already know about the 24th floor, so that means you've been there already. Yeah, you've been there. And if you know, I always sit in the back because them church pews be messing me up, yo. Them church pews be messing my back up. Oh, you say hi to everyone? Okay. Yeah, man, them church pews be messing me up, man. Usually sit by the window so I can just look out the window. You said, but don't have conversation much. Okay. I may have seen you there. I may have seen you there. So I just said, I sit in the back. I go right for the back. They said, why don't you sit in the front? They said, nah, man, I can see. I have good eyesight. I can see the monitors, but I have to sit in the back. You said you're the short Jamaican. Were you sitting in front of me one day and they made you take your hat off? If that's you, I've seen you. They think the guard made you take your hat off or something. You were sitting right in front of me, maybe. Let me see if that's true. Because they made somebody take their hat off. But yeah, it's not bad sitting in there. It's just them damn wooden, man, they got them old school benches. 6 feet, Jason. I'm not that tall. Average height, man. You said, was it a black Yankees? Yes, it was. It was a Yankee. Yeah, it was a Yankee hat. Most certainly was. You were sitting in front of me. They made you take your hat off. The lady came and tapped you. Yeah, that was you. The courtroom is not that big, YouTube Unfolded. But I sit in the back, though, because I can stretch my legs out. Oh, it was you? Okay, yeah, you was sitting right in front of me. And when you came in, you looked directly at me when you came in. And you went and sat in the back row. You sat right in the back row, and you had your hat on. I said, they about to make him take that off, because I already had mine off. Yeah, that was you. Okay. You didn't, you were just chilling. You were like, you were just like observing everything. You were chilling. You said, if I can bounce or something pop off, do you think Diddy will be found guilty? Everybody's saying on something, Lala. Yeah, you kind of were in the back. You didn't want to be like in the front, because you could have sat in the front. Because when you got there, you could have sat in the front, but you didn't. You sat right in the back. I call it the back pew. You say you think with Tyler's just harassment. At best, what you think he might beat the case? You think he might have to settle? What do you think? I think he gonna fight it. I think Tyler gonna fight this. The way his representative was talking, Tyler gonna fight this. You said, do I think Trump will pardon Diddy or Kelly? Hey man, that's the least of his problems right now. You know what I mean? It really is. It really is. He trying to put out fires that ain't being put out. There's like fires all around him, and he trying to escape. I know he's sitting here like, I should have never went back in this damn office. I should never have. I don't know why people want to do that anyway. I don't know why. Don't know why, man. Because once you get there, you stuck. And everything gonna hit the fan. Everything. And he's sitting there saying, well, why don't we negotiate? They said, bro, we not negotiating. Ain't no negotiating with you. Nothing. Ain't no negotiating. So you're like, all right, well. He's trying to negotiate with people that don't mind dying. They don't mind getting up out of here. You can't negotiate like that. But that's the least of his concerns. What's up, Sexy Star? That's the least of his concerns right now. He ain't even probably thinking about it. You said with Oprah and Gail, that's their boy, right? No, I think they remain silent. He wouldn't. I don't think Tyler would want them to say anything anyway. He got enough resources to fight. He's just gonna probably fight it all the way to the end. Especially if he feel like he innocent, he ain't do nothing. I'm not sure what's up with her. You talking about the lady from Rock? I'm not sure what's going on with her, Mr. Touches. Nah, ain't nobody gonna speak up. He wouldn't want them to. If they truly his friends, he would want them to stay out of it. They got too much to lose, man. You gotta stay silent. You said it's gonna be a mistrial. She's still in BK. That's what she live at. I don't know too much about her, you know. I don't know too much about her to speak on her, on what's going on with her. So I don't speak on everything that I hear because I gotta know a little something. And I feel like I don't know enough about her, like her situation. And certain people, I just don't, it's best to just not talk about them, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's best to just, I don't even want to talk about Tyler Perry, to be honest with you. Bad enough, we covering the Puff case. They really want to cover this one, but I had a chance to go to the federal court to see how it works. So these people, like I said, this is beyond my pay grade, man. It's beyond me. But since you've been in court, you know he has a lot of support and sitting up in there. I know, still on Verdict Watch YouTube. I will come back if they come with a verdict today. I'm gonna come back. I can't wait for that case to be. I'm tired of hearing about it. Tired of hearing about it. You think so? You think he going down? He been really quiet though. He kind of stay out of the way. Jay stay out of the way too. Jay-Z. He's pretty quiet. Yeah, I was surprised too, YouTube. I guarantee you if it ends in a hung jury, they're going to try her again. They're going to try it again. I guarantee you. She got some good attorneys, though, they have this kind of action. I tell you that much. You said Mace, too. Y'all said everybody going down. Everybody. Everybody going down. Like I said, I don't know what they doing. Like, I don't know. I just listen to the music. I don't know about all the other stuff. You said just let her go, Jen. That's what I've been saying, Jen. They not letting her go. They're not doing it. Yeah, she was waving at supporters. YouTube unfolded. You better check. You better ask about her. Yeah, she Hollywood. They still deliberating too. What is that telling you? They still deliberating. If she's responsible, yeah. She be smiling, waving. She real relaxed. Hey man, if I had them type of lawyers, I guess I would be too. She got some really good ones. Sure do. What's his name got a good lawyer too, Lil Durk. Lil Durk got a really good lawyer. He really do. I think his case is a classic example of he tried to move away from a lifestyle, but it caught up to him. That's what that was. He was trying to be legit. He took the shahida and everything. He got into his faith. He started praying every day. You know what I'm saying? He turned his life around. He was trying to get everybody else to turn their life around. You know what I'm saying? Take the shahida. A lot of people did. My cousin took the shahada when he was in the feds. Look, he came out Muslim. I always joke with him about it. That man, guys, when he came out, we went and picked him up. He had a full. I thought he was an imam, yo. The way he was looking, he came out looking like an imam, dog. He don't eat pork. I said, you want you a chopped barbecue sandwich. Stop playing. I don't eat pork either, but that's how my dad did when he got out of jail. He was out. He was Muslim, and my uncle too. They got out around the same time. They were in jail together. It's crazy. I hate to say that, but it's true. How you doing? Yeah, all of them came out. My cousin came out looking like a full imam, dog. He tried to get me to start. He told me, he said, if you in the belly of the beast like that, you better have some religion. He said he got religious as soon as he went in there. But that don't prevent you from getting in trouble though. But he said they in there thick though. I've already taken it, Mr. Touches. I'm just not practicing. Yeah, I've already taken it. I took the Shahida a long time ago. And yeah, when I was working in VA, a lot of my friends are from Sudan. They're all Muslim. And I used to go with them. So yeah, I'm just not practicing right now. Just I fell off my dean. I'm just telling you. I'm just being honest. I would be lying to you if I said I was making salat every day. I'd be lying to you. I don't have no reason to lie, but that's just what it is. Maybe I need to though. At the way this world going, maybe I need to be praying 5 times a day. Maybe I need to. Yeah, maybe so. A lot of people are saying the case is weak. It just depends on who you talk to. ASAP Rocky lawyer said the case is weak. Weinstein lawyer said the case is weak. He said they have a lot of work to do still. He said that last week to put this together. But he see how they're doing it. That's what he said. Sammy the Bull and Michael Francis said this should not be a RICO case. They said it should not be. They said they don't agree with what he was doing, but it shouldn't be a RICO case. But they do understand how they're trying to tie in with the RICO, but they don't agree with it. Yeah, Sammy the Bull said he's an entertainment guy. Yeah, he was doing this stuff right here I don't agree with, but he said they're being greedy with charging him with the RICO. He said he doesn't like that part, but he said he understands it. But he said they're playing for keeps here. He said that's what they're doing. And he said we're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out. But he said, trust me, we've been through the RICO. He said, and all of us had to either take deals or snitch. I mean, or tell. He said, because he said before the RICO, before they started applying it to them, they were giving them 5 years here. They would get 10 years here and come home. He said they started giving these guys 20, 30 years. And it took down the mob. He said the mob is not like what it used to be. He's right about that. It's not. But he said with Puff's case, he said they should have just charged him with the other stuff. He said they didn't have to charge him with the RICO. They should have just charged him with everything that he was accused of, right? And been done with it that way. But he said they're going after his empire. They're going to try to confiscate everything. And he said that Anthony Rico was his lawyer. And he said Anthony Rico is a fine attorney. He said he's respected. Everybody respects him. And he said that he was only speculating on why Anthony Rico dropped off Puff's case. He said he doesn't know. He hasn't talked to him to ask him. But he said he's thinking that maybe, I don't know. He really couldn't say, but he said maybe he didn't believe in the case. But he said he's never stepped off a case, so he don't know what happened. You said if I was a juror, it's no way I could find him on a RICO. It just depends on who you talk to, Angela. Some people think they're not going to get him on it. Some people think so. ASAP Rocky attorney said no. He said they have not proven a RICO at all. That's what he said. I guess his hands was tied up because he's trying to get Wendy Williams out of that situation. That's what he's working on now, by the way, if y'all don't know. ASAP Rocky's attorney said he's not going to stop until Wendy come home. And he owed that to her. He likes her. It's something he must have known her for years, but he said he's not going to stop until he gets Wendy home. So that's what he's working on now. So his hands are tied up. He's trying to get her out. So he said she should not be there. It's ridiculous. And she was out partying here recently. So they do let her out. So I think she's about to get out because she was out on the town here recently. But this was a case that we all learned from, because everybody that's listening now, you know exactly what they're doing. You know how they're applying the law. We don't even have to go into that anymore. Everybody knows about it already. Everybody knows how they're trying to apply the RICO to them. So this is nothing that we have to talk about. You guys already know this. So that's why I'm kind of glad we all followed the case together, because nobody has questions on this no more. Everybody knows. Everybody knows what's going on. And we just all can just agree to disagree. We just wait for the jury. That's it. But everybody, this is the first case that I follow that everybody is attuned to this. Everybody is. Everybody don't researched it. Everybody know exactly how they're applying it to them. They know, everybody knows. So we've already taken a poll. You guys already, well, let me take a poll real quick. Hold on. Let's start a poll. I guarantee you, I know how it's going to go. Let's see. The first choice is not guilty on all charges. The second choice is guilty on some charges. Watch what you guys do. Watch this. And the third option, not guilty on all charges, guilty on some charges. So, hung jury on all charges. Let's just do that and see what y'all say. I'll just say, what's the outcome? What's your outcome? What's your thoughts? I'll just say, what's your thoughts on Puff? Put a question mark. All right, so the first was not guilty on all charges. The second option is guilty on some charges. And the last is hung jury on all charges. Let's just say that. All right, let's start the poll and see what you guys say. I think I already know where it's going. And you guys, the reason why I'm doing that, you guys represent the jury. The reason why I say you represent the jury, you are the 13th juror. The reason why I say that is because any one of you, if you were living in that jurisdiction, you could have been a juror. So that's why I'm saying that. Because they take ordinary people. You don't have to have a law background to be a juror. You just have to qualify by way of voir dire, your jury questionnaire, and your jury questions. If they select you, any one of you could have got selected. So we'll see what you guys are saying. So we got 22 votes already. I'm just going to let it hang out there for a minute. But you're going to find that the first option is very low. Now, here's what I say, though. If that first option goes over 25%, I'm thinking this might end in a hung jury, because you're going to have a holdout. Because 25% is too high for the first option. That's what I'm thinking. I'm a stats guy. So we got 27 votes and 7% saying not guilty on all charges. Only 7% that's saying that. 67% so far is saying guilty on some charges. 27% saying hung jury on all charges. That first option is very low. So that's telling you something. You said Puff said not guilty, and I'm filthy. Sat said, Max, when I look up Diddy's charges, I get different lists according to different sources. Do you have the official? Well, only thing you really have to go on, just go on the 5. Because remember, they had that superseding indictment that added another charge. So just go on that. There's other charges, but you'll see when if the jury comes back with their verdict, you're going to see that there's more than one charge. That's what you're going to see. Not guilty. You're going to see either not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. It's going to be several. You said, listen, they're not going to let him just walk. They're going to give him something, but not everything. That's what most people are saying. He's not going away for life. Why waste taxpayers' money on this trial? That's a question you have to ask the attorneys, the U.S. attorneys. You know what I mean? They felt like there was enough probable cause and enough evidence to convict. That's the answer to give you. And you said, Angel, right, that hotel video. Hotel video is not good. They put that in there. And then he also came up with evidence that he paid the people off at the hotel. He paid them 100,000. That's what somebody told me in the building. He said when cases hit this courtroom, they rarely lose. He said you just have to wait for it. They rarely lose. He said they have a very good track record in this building. He said that. You said he would get 20 years. You said he's the small fish. They have bigger person to get. Who is the bigger person that you think? You said he'll probably do 15. 85% is around 10 years. You said because everyone take plea deals. He didn't take it here. They offered. You said Jay-Z. Why do you say Jay-Z? Why does Jay-Z name keep being brought up? Y'all let me know. Everybody's saying it. Everybody on the street, oh, Jay next, Jay. What has he done? Only thing I know, he was being investigated for if Beyonce winning that Grammy, that country music award, excuse me, that country music award. I know they investigated him on that. But what else did he do? Why they keep bringing up Hove, man? What I'm asking you guys because I don't know. Somebody tell me. Andrea murder? Y'all got to give me something because I don't know. I was shocked when she won that award, and that was her first country album. You say he's a gatekeeper. Okay, but you two give me something. What is he not innocent of? What? Why everybody keeps saying Jay, man, he the bigger fish. I'm gonna tell you something. If it comes down to where he had a trial, guys, them overflow rooms will be so packed. Jay is bigger. He is bigger. I think he might be. He might be, and he stands out too. You cannot miss him with that hair. You cannot miss him. That man is living in a fortress. Do you see his house in California? His house is considered art. Man, you said okay, Sat said he's guilty of being rich and famous. Okay, that's what Jay is guilty of. Okay. But everybody keeps saying Jay. Like, y'all know something I don't know. Because they said he paid for it, Ron. That's what they're trying to accuse him of. He paid for her to win that. Did you watch the old documentary about the Rock tour? You just see how he is. Yeah, he's the bigger. Yeah, if he come down and get indicted, that'll break the internet. If especially if they try to arrest him, oh, that'll break. Listen, Jay-Z, he would have 18 lawyers at the table. That man will hire 18 lawyers. He would have a lot of lawyers at his table. He's really is a billionaire. He really is. He's certified. He's at 2 point some billion, 2.5 billion with all his holdings, all his real estate holdings, his art holdings, his masters, things that he has in the liquor. The liquor stuff put him over a billion. His liquor holdings. You said he already has 18 attorneys at the table at all times. You talking about Puff? Puff do have a lot of lawyers. Even when you think about the lawyers with his civil cases, he got over 18 lawyers. Just, I mean, not 18, but he has close to it with all the civil cases, all Harvard educated. He has a really good attorney crew. He has a lot of attorneys. You said Jay-Z is playing playing the deck of the cards correctly. I don't think nothing gonna happen to him. You said they rich because the church of you saying Lucifer? Why can't he just be rich? No, Nas is richer than all of them. He is. What happened with Nas? He has an investment company with a couple friends of his, two Indian dudes. There's two Indian dudes and two Arab dudes, and Nas. He known them since he was kids. They were the first early investors in Uber and Lyft and a lot of startups and Celsius and all that stuff. Yeah, Nas is sitting on a lot of money. He's worth a lot of money. He's probably richer than both of them, him and Jay. I mean, Puff and Jay. Not his personal wealth, but his company, his investment company. Well, here's the thing about like Nas, though. If you notice at those Rock Nation brunches, Nas never was there. Did y'all notice that? Go look. He was never there. There was a one time where Puff met up with Nas. I'll never forget it. They were somewhere at an event, and Nas was just sitting there chilling with him. He had on a Sergio Tacchini suit, just chilling. You know, just some retro shit. You could see Cassie like looking at him at the corner of her eye. You could see it. Little that she know, he was richer. She didn't know that. He wouldn't have messed with her anyway, because of Puff. He wouldn't have done that. He seemed like a spiritual type of guy. He's a deep kind of guy. Did you know that Nas was like one of the only rappers that got into the industry and then get buffaloed around? Did y'all know that? He worked out a deal before he even signed. Go ask MC Search. MC Search talked about it. He said that he was the only one that negotiated the proper way. Nas was the only one. He's really smart guy. And he knew that because his dad was in the entertainment industry. His dad was a jazz musician, Olu Dara. That's his name. So he knew the game already. And also, did you know him and Kellis, the one that he has a child by, they known each other since they were kids because her mother was a jazz musician. They also knew Ruth Brown too. That's Ruth Brown nephew is what's his name? Rakim. And Rakim they all knew each other from when they were kids through their parents. Nas be chilling. He's never been in that crowd, if you notice. And you know somebody else that never went to the Rock Nation brunches was 50 Cent and Kanye West. They never did go. If you go back and look at all the Rock Nation brunches, 50 Cent was never there. Kanye West was never there. Nas was never there. There's a lot of people that didn't go, that wasn't a part of that crew. There's certain people, they just too good to deny, yo. Nas was just too good to deny. He's not getting buffaloed around. Some people are just too good to deny. And I remember when his first album came out, he like took hip hop to another level. It was a transitional time. And that's what his album was. That's why I say it's a masterpiece. Because he had Large Professor, Believe it or not, Pete Rock was a producer on there too. He finally got his credits. It wasn't Nas' fault that he didn't get his credits, but he finally got the credit. Pete Rock was a producer on there, Large Professor, Q-Tip. There was a lot of, it was like an all-star team on there, and everybody knew him. He was just like that great. So, but if you notice, I'm like, why did he never really hang out with them? Maybe he knows something we don't know, but he don't speak on it. I give it to him. He don't have no comments. He don't speak on it. I give him that. You said the Rock Nation brunch. Why? Well, why wouldn't they invite Nas? I'll never forget when he came out with that diss record against Jay-Z. Everybody thought Nas was finished, right? Bro, when Flex played that song, first of all, Flex ruined it. He ruined it because he kept stopping it and yelling and screaming. He ruined it. He kept playing the bombs. He kept stopping it. Flex must have played it like 20 times that night. He destroyed him. I was like, this dude is really a poet. He's a poet. That's what he is. He's not a rapper. He's a poet. Did you know his like one of his albums is in the national? Did you know it's in the National Archives? His album, his writings are in the National Archives. Yeah, he's really truly one of a kind. But I never understood why he never hung out with them. So maybe he knew something. Maybe 50 knew something. Like I don't know what 50 grievance is with Puff. I don't know. He don't really he speak on it sometimes, but he really don't. But he's being real petty though, if you notice. He is. It's like he's holding some type of animosity or something. And I really don't know what it's for. And if you notice, Floyd Mayweather wasn't at those brunches either. If you notice that. Floyd wasn't either. So if you look back on it now, there's a lot of people that weren't there. Yeah, he rapped about sleep on his baby mother, but Nas, yo, guys, that's one of the top best diss songs of all time. Like the bridge is over, Nas Ether, um, Ice Cube, No Vaseline. Bro, it's up there with that. It's up there with that. Yeah, Ice Cube, No Vaseline, yes. That was a hell of a diss song. And then, obviously Tupac, his joint, but I don't know, Nas, man, that was personal. Because people thought he was done. Like, oh man, he got you, Nas. No, he didn't. You said 50 think did he kill his oh, check this out. Okay. I really, man, I don't want to speak on it because I don't know too much. But I never forget this. When I was working at Prudential in Newark, because in Prudential in Newark, not the white building, I worked in the Gateway building, not the white building. Sometime, you can take that skywalk to Penn Station, right? I was taking the skywalk to Penn Station one morning to go get a newspaper, and I ran into Chris Lighty, and he was getting ready to get the train and stuff. And I just said what's up to him, just like I didn't know him personally, but he kind of we talked for briefly. I'll never forget that. And I was just telling him like, I lived across the street from the Flavor Unit building, that white building. It's not there no more on South Harrison. And we was just talking about that. And I knew Lakim Shabazz and all of them, different things like that. We were just talking. And then years later, I know the brother passed away, right? I was really taken back by that. Not that I knew him, I didn't know him personally, but I had that brief interaction with him. So I felt the kind of way. So I started looking into the case, and the story has it that he unalived himself, right? But if you go look at the other reports, one person said it was ruled inconclusive. It was like inconclusive. But somebody said they ruled it that. So I'm like, yeah, it gotta be, it might be something to that. And then what hit me again was Shakur Stewart. That threw because I met him through a friend of mine long time ago. This was like in the late '90s, and I was like, damn, yo, this is like, and it really, I'm like, life is really fragile. And then they said that he unalived himself, and I remember I was working on a video on that with Chris Lighty because I'm still can't get over it to this day because he was a really young guy. He had everything going on for him, and he had everything going on. He was a young guy. He did that. I was like, okay, maybe he was going through something, depression, you know what I'm saying? But then something told me I don't really think that's it. You know what I'm saying? Just from what the reports were saying. But who knows, man? I don't know. So yeah, violator. Yeah, violator management. Violator. Chris Lighty. And it's like I don't know. I didn't know him personally, just like I didn't know Queen Latifah personally either. But when I used to play as a kid, I used to see her riding by my street all the time. She used to have a Wrangler. Her and her girlfriend used to be riding by. She used to have, if anybody remember that lived in the track, she had a Jeep Wrangler. And she used to be riding by all the time because the Flavor Unit building was there. And she used to ride by with her girlfriend. I remember when her brother passed away. Her brother died on a motorcycle accident. And guys, that funeral is shut down. Newark, New Jersey, East Orange, Orange, West Orange. It shut everything down. I'll never forget it. That man had police coming from out of the state to come to that funeral. That's how respected he was. Everybody loved him. Really good guy. And I never forget that one. And she wears his motorcycle key as a necklace, Queen Latifah. And but yeah, then like the Chris Lighty thing really got to me because I spoke to a really nice guy, yo. He didn't have to speak to me. Really, really cool guy. Really cool guy, man. He was taking the train into New York City. So I don't know, maybe 50 knows something because you can tell that he's not being funny. If you see him like joking, he's not really joking. Like he never like, I don't know. I just feel like he might know more than what he's saying. But I know his first child's mother is talking here lately. She is, and it went viral. Yeah, Queen Latifah used to ride a motorcycle. She did. She used to ride a motorcycle for a long time. Her and her girlfriend. They used to ride motorcycles. And Queen Latifah had a leader bike. She had a Hayabusa. She sure did. She had a lot of bikes. She didn't just have a Hayabusa. But she was really, if you ever talk to her, you wouldn't even think she in Hollywood, dog. She thinks she just a regular person just from around the way, yo. She never looked down at nobody. Really nice person. Because I used to run into her when she lived in West Orange. She used to live near Essex Green, up there in West Orange, up there. I think it's West Essex Green area, by the movie theater, but not there, but in that general area. She don't live there no more though. And I ran into her. You know what I'm saying? I said, I remember seeing you as a kid. She said, yeah, you were them little bad kids on South Harrison. She said that to me. I wasn't bad though, but she remembered me because we used to hang out in front of the Flavor Unit building, riding our skateboards and stuff. They used to tell us to go away. But they didn't shoot us away like in a mean way. They used to just say it, like, man, what y'all doing? Or you little bad kids need to get in the house. That's what they used to say to us. But she was a really nice person, Queen Latifah. Yeah, I used to run into Tretch and them. You know, Vinny owned a bunch of laundromats around here. Van Rock from Naughty by Nature. I run into him every now and then. But yeah, they used to be like, you bad kids, get away from here, man. What are y'all doing? We used to just hang right in front of that building, man. Ride our skateboards, everything, until they shoot us away. And then we come right back. They didn't do nothing to us, never did. Yeah, he said there's a lot that they can't say or do. 50 drop hints. He drop hints when he's trolling. He does. I remember he told the story one time. He said he was taken offense by it. Puff wanted to take him shopping. And he was like, what you want to take me shopping for? Like he thought he got offended by it. That, Puff wanted to, take him to the mall, take him shopping. And I thought it was funny, but he wasn't trying to be funny. He really meant that. You said in society all we ask is trust. It's not just a song. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they talking about. I don't know. Why can't you just be rich and not do all that? I didn't know he used to write. Yeah, he did. 50 wrote that song. If the Fed's something, they coming with me. 50 wrote that. He said, if the Fed's coming after me, y'all coming with me. However it go. Yeah, 50 wrote that. It's almost like he foreshadowed it. He said, if the Feds come and get me, y'all coming with me. Something, yeah, 50, yeah. I didn't know he wrote that until he said it. And now look what happened. Years later. But let me see what the official vote is. God, so there's 88 people voted, and only 8% of y'all said not guilty on all charges. Only 8%. 69% said guilty on some charges, and 23% said hung jury on all charges. But look at that 8% though. Let's end the poll. Look at that 8% though. Oh my God. I mean 7%. Guys, only 7% of y'all. So that's what we looking at, guys. Y'all the jury, y'all just spoken. Y'all said it. So we already know what to expect. Them polls never lie. Y'all already know what to expect now. You guys said it. Yeah, man. 50 probably know a little bit more than we know. But I know one thing about 50 though. He could have easily been a boxing champion. He could have easily went to the Olympics. But he chose the streets. And he chose streets and rap. But if he had to stay with boxing, he would have been in the Olympic Games. He would have been in the Olympic Games at the time Floyd was there. At the time Floyd was in the Olympics, 50 would have been there. No, actually, hold on, let me think. 50 is 3 years older than Floyd. Let me think about this. He possibly would have been in the Olympics before Floyd was in the Olympics. Or they'd probably been in the same one, I'm not sure. But he got Floyd by 3 years. Yo, Howard, man, he was the best around. He was like one of the best in the tri-state area, bro, and Philly. His name ring bells on the West Coast. Yep. He was really that good. He was nice with his hands. Very nice. He was very technical too. Kind of like Mike Tyson. He knew Mike Tyson too. Because Mike Tyson was like a legend to all of us. He was like a god. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike Tyson was just like, Mike was like a god to us. You know what I'm saying? He was like a mythological figure. But I never forget it. I met him when I was in Atlantic City. He didn't seem real to me. It was just like, he I'm a kid, he the champ, So He was short and stat. He's actually not that tall, actually, but he was wide though, and solid. Very intimidating. Very intimidating guy. He was, but he was what you call heavy handed, as you say. We used to say that back in the day. You heavy handed. He had heavy hands. 50 had heavy hands too. And you know who else was like a legend? Was damn, what's his name, yo? Um, oh man, I forget his name right now. I forget his name right now. Not Sugar Ray. It was Tony. It was James Tony. Listen, yo, I don't know. James Tony is one of the best of all time. If you know, you know. James Tony, it was almost unfair to fight him. It was unfair. He was what you call, he was gifted at everything. He was ambidextrous. He had equal power in both hands. He could switch up to conventional southpaw if he needed to. He was a very technical fighter. He's what you call, he was a complete fighter. He was gifted. It was James Tony. James Tony, no, a lot of people didn't want to fight him because they said it was unfair. Like, what the fuck? Is he on steroids? Like, are they injecting steroids in his brain? It was like almost unfair to fight him. And it was what's that fighter in England? I forget the brother in England at the time. He always talked real proper. He wear the suits and stuff. That he's like melanated brother with bald head. His son's fighting. I forget his name. He said, "Oh, I'm not fighting him. I am not fighting James Tony. I'm not fighting him." He said, "Because it's unfair. It's unfair to fight him." That's how he said it. No, not Lennox Lewis. It was no James. It was this is before he was heavyweight. It was what's his name? I forget his name. Not Lennox Lewis. It's not Tyson Fury. He's dark skinned and he have bald. He has a bald head. He's from England. Nah. Yeah, Chris Eubanks. Mr. Eubanks. Yo, Eubanks was like, I am not fighting James Tony. I'm not doing that. That's like suicide. I'm not fighting him. He said, he said, I met him. He's a really nice gentleman, but I'm not fighting him. You know how Chris Eubanks talk. He's very proper. I believe he's not knighted, is he? I think he might have been up for a knighthood or something by the queen or something like that. He's like in there somehow or something. But that's how he's not gay, but that's how he talks. He's very proper when he talks. He said, I will never fight James Tony. Because they was like, why don't you fight James Tony? I'm not doing it. I'm not stupid. He said, I cannot fight James Tony. Yep. He said, you have to understand something. I am very intellectual. And being that I'm an intellectual, I'm not fighting him. A lot of people wouldn't fight 50 either. If you know, you know. 50 was like James Tony. That's how gifted he was. 50 was like he was a very gifted fighter. Very gifted. He boxed at Gleason's gym. If anybody from the five boroughs, you know about Gleason's. That's where 50 was at. You see what I'm saying? So, because you had Gleason Gym, and then in Detroit, you had Crunk Gym, right? Detroit was, wait a minute. Crunk Gym was in Detroit. You see what I'm saying? That was Emmanuel Stewart joint. And then in Philly, you had Joe Frazier Gym in Philly. So there was a lot of notable gyms. And then a lot of boxers, they used to travel to Mexico. Because if you get a name in Mexico, that means you have arrived. If you go to Mexico and hold your own, yeah, everybody know you official. Because I'm telling you, them Mexican fighters, bruh, them Mexican fighters, man, I don't even know what to tell you. The Mexican fighter, them Ecuadorian fighters, yo, they don't give up. They like motors. You said it's just a changing of the guard that we are witnessing, but who is now in the lead now? Avid, is it Jay? Yeah, you couldn't hit Tony. He was that gifted. Tony is what you call, he was a complete fighter. He was very complete. He had the elusiveness of Muhammad Ali. He had the power of Tyson. He had the smarts of Mayweather or the smarts of Sugar Ray. He was fast like Sugar Ray. He was very complete. He was very dangerous. You said Jay is done, but who's in the lead now, Abbott? You says a changing of the guard. Yeah, I fought some Mexicans, Mr. Touches, in the gym. And then you had a gym in Jersey City. That's where Arturo Gotti used to be at. Arturo Gotti, he was like a local legend around here. Like, he died in Brazil. His girlfriend, his wife killed him in Brazil. You see what I'm saying? So you said Casanat or Drewski? Okay. So Casanat about to move up that Illuminati. The Illuminati has now Christian Casanat, a Drewski. You said no, Jay-Z. Man, why y'all, come on, man. Y'all leave Jay alone. You said social media is the new entertainment. I know. But I'm not trying to get down with the Illuminati. I ain't trying to do it. What if they say, hey, would you like to join the Illuminati? I said, what I got to do to join the Illuminati? Who is the Illuminati? Like, who are these people, man? Anybody know? Like, what do they look like? Who are the Illuminati? Like, where are they? The Illuminati. You said not Kendrick. Man, you see how he left Canada? It's almost like the president was leaving Canada. He had so much security. You said anyone. That's Illuminati. You said top 3 pick is Dre, Kendrick, or that ATL guy. Which ATL guy you talking about? You talking about Cardi B, X? You said they putting one of them in place. Maybe it's Drake or Kendrick. I don't think it's what's his name? Casanat. Yeah, Swift had the same level. Yeah, Swift move around like she got Secret Service with her. Taylor Swift. You said the one that was on trial? Oh, you talking about Young Thug. James Lights Out Tony, super slick, man. He was one of the best ever, Chris. If you know, you know. He was one of the best ever. He still, and look, here's the crazy thing about Tony. He knows he's good. He says it. He'll say it. Yes, I'm that good. I was that good. He said, you know how James Tony talk. I'm not trying to make fun of him, but he was like, I would knock a motherfucker out. Yeah, I would still do it. He don't talk as bad as a dude from Harlem Nights, but he said, I'll knock a motherfucker out. I sure would. Okay, I could still do it. I could still knock a motherfucker out. And you don't want to mess with Tony. He a OG, but you won't want to mess with him. His hands is dangerous. 50 hands is dangerous too. But you know how Tony talk. I'm not trying to make fun of him, but he it's like that boxer from Harlem Nights, man. He not as bad as Meldrick Taylor. Oh my God! You ever seen Meldrick Taylor talk? He's I just want to be champion of the world. I just want to just just want to kick somebody's ass. That's it. It's all that hitting upside the head. I just want to kick somebody's ass. That's it. Boy, Meldrick, man, he could barely. I don't know if that man could read, man. That's how crazy it was. Yo, I ain't trying to make fun of him, but you know how when Roy Jones talk, it's hilarious. He kind of sound like Sugar Ray Leonard. You know, trying to be super intellectual. Well, Jim. He said, well, Ray, tell us what happened with the fight. Surely, Jim. Well, what happened was he didn't use his jab like he was supposed to. He was trying to orchestrate the jab, and he was trying to implement the jab, but he vacated the jab. That's what happened, Jim. He was talking about when De La Hoya fought Mayweather. He was correct about it. He didn't use the jab against him. He vacated the jab because he couldn't hit Floyd with the jab. But everybody is saying that if he had kept using the jab against Floyd, he could have beat Floyd. He could have beat him on points. But for whatever reason, Oscar De La Hoya stopped doing it. Yeah, Floyd talks like that too. He does. I'm just saying, a lot of people don't understand defense. Okay, I understand defense. A lot of people don't understand defense. It's like delayed with him. It's from the boxing. Floyd took his punishment in the gym. That's where he took the most damage at. He didn't really take a lot of damage in the ring. He took it in the gym. Boxing is dangerous, man. We call it punch drunk or CTE. Now they call it CTE, but it's really called, we used to call it punch drunk. But Sugar Ray, well, Jim, what I want to say to you is boxing is a gentleman's sport, okay? It's a gentleman's sport, and we all like to fight. He like talk real. It's like he's saying a lot, but he. I don't know. You have to understand. You have to go see what he's doing. It's like he's saying a lot, but he's not at the same time. But he is saying a lot. I can't really explain it with Sugar Ray. You said which is more dangerous, football or boxing? I would say it's equal. It's equal because you're getting hit upside the head. Imagine, okay, put it this way. Imagine taking a hit from George Foreman. Okay, I rest my case. And everybody knew you didn't look George Foreman in the eye. You're never supposed to do that. But some boxers did, and they paid for it. You said, hey, they catch a reporter with a cell phone in Diddy trial today. Who did they catch? I think he banned. It just popped up on your feed. Damn, people doing the most, man. Listen, Howard. This is what I'm saying to you, Howard. A reporter is doing the most, Howard. And that's how it is. That's how Sugar Ray be talking, man. Sugar don't got hit upside the head too, man. Sugar. But one of the greatest, I will say this, I'm gonna get back to Puff. One of the greatest fighters of all time that I look up to, it's three people. It's Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Robinson, and Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Robinson, and Jack Johnson and Mike Tyson. Those are my favorite. And George Foreman. I like them too. But it was something about fucking Sugar Ray Robinson, dog. It was something about Sugar, dog. It's when he lost a fight, he never did. Did you know when he made a mistake, he never made the same mistake twice. He always learned from it and came back. That man was beautiful, man. Sugar Ray he was beautiful. And we was robbed of 115 fights. and it was recorded. Mike Tyson has the most on record because when his old manager died, he willed Mike Tyson all the footage. Mike Tyson has the most footage, but it's 115 fights that was recorded and we can't find them. We don't know where they are. It's 115 fights of Sugar Ray Robinson that's missing. And it's a legend to it. We don't know where they are. They could be buried in somebody's like somewhere. But they were recorded though. Oh man, you know I like Lennox. Come on, man, that's Lennox. You talking about Lennox Lewis? Yo, Lennox was the man. I call him Lennox. Mr. Lennox. The dreadlock mind. Yeah, Lennox was the man, yo. You say you like the guy from the Philippines. You like the fighting congressman from the Philippines. Manny Pacquiao. The fighting pride of the Philippines. From the Sarangani province. Yeah, Lennox retired. He retired on top. Lennox just happened to be good at boxing, but he's a really smart guy. It just so happened he was really good at knocking people out. You said word is some of the fight. Well, here's one thing about Sugar Ray Leonard, though. I mean, Sugar Ray Robinson. He had a dream because he was getting ready to fight somebody. He told his managers, I don't want to fight him because I'm going to kill him. He said, I had a dream about it. I'm going to kill this guy. And it was hard to negotiate with him because he used to negotiate his fights. And then he went against his own word, his best judgment, and fought him anyway, and he killed him. Did y'all know that? He killed somebody. Did y'all know that? He killed somebody in the ring. And he said he was going to do it. He said he didn't want to fight the guy. The guy wasn't ready for him. And he said he had a dream that he killed him, and he wound up killing him. He didn't mean to do it. I mean, they were boxing, but the guy succumbed to his injuries. Crazy, right? And he went away from boxing after that. What he did was he went to Europe and started like dancing. He became a dancer. He was a really good tap dancer, if you didn't know. And he toured throughout Europe and stuff. And then he missed boxing. He got the itch for it again. And he started fighting again. Yeah, go look it up. He didn't want to do it. Yeah, Riddick Bowe had what you call heavy hands. He has some heavy ass hands, boy, Riddick Bowe. I met him in Atlantic City. He actually couldn't even talk straight. That's another one that can't talk. How you young boys doing? Y'all doing all right? Okay, good now, good. All right, damn, that man can't talk. That's how boxing is, man. You said should have gave Vitaly his rematch. I like you talking about the Klitschko brothers. I like the Klitschko brothers. Oh yeah, rest in peace to Sweet Pea, Pernell Whitaker. He was very nice. Oh, he from St. Nick Projects in Harlem. That man has some heavy hands, Abbott. How you boys doing? You boys doing all right? That's good. That dude can't talk, yo. But you better not say that to his face. I'm good. Yeah, he was crazy. He was crazy, man. Abbott, he know he couldn't talk. You know he couldn't talk, Abbott. But he'll knock you out. That's what he could do. He's a knockout artist, but he definitely, you know. I think if I had to go between the Klitschko brothers, I'd go with Vladimir. He was the better one. Vladimir. They both came up under Crunk Gym though. I give them that. They went to the hood to get some instruction. They sure did. You know what I'm saying? Emmanuel Stewart. Shit, Vladimir was undefeated for a decade. Did y'all know that? Undefeated for a fucking decade. So I give him credit and give Vladimir that. How you undefeated for a decade, man? In the heavyweight division. You said he was a little speech slow. But yeah, he's a cool guy. You said, and they will give you the fight you looking for. You damn right. That dude, he not only was big with it too, and he had heavy hands. Big guy, bro. Zab Judah is from Brooklyn. Zab Judah, he came up with 50 in them. But his dad was a kickboxer. His dad was a champion kickboxer. You know what I'm saying? So Zab have a little bit of kickboxing in him too, because his dad was he wasn't in the Olympics, but he was a champion kickboxer. Japan and all that. He went to Japan and all that stuff right there, into the Thailand. You know what I'm saying? He went to Thailand and Japan, so he was champion overseas. Zab Judah's father, but Zab got hands. He also he has a very good understanding of the 52 blocks. So if you look back in history at the 52 blocks, Floyd had his own version of it. Zab had his own version of it. Who else? It was somebody else. I will argue with you and say Joe Frazier. He had a good understanding of the 52 blocks. I can't think of any others. But see, I didn't like how, Zab and Mayweather, it was a chess match, because you notice Zab and Mayweather knew each other since kids, because when Mayweather used to come to New Jersey, so they've been knowing each other. They've been sparring each other in the gyms and Gleason's and all that, right? But when they fought, Zab had a chance at first, but he got frustrated. He got frustrated because he started hitting elbows. It's very frustrating. You try to hit somebody and all you hitting is their damn elbows and shoulders. Very frustrating. And he hit him below the belt. And then people jumped into the ring and all that. Then after that, Floyd he just won on points. Yeah, 52 blocks started in jail. It's like we call it the only martial art that was invented in jail. It actually is considered a martial art, but it's unofficial. But a lot of people in jail know about it. And the reason why they came up with the 52 blocks is to guard you from knife fights. In jail you have to protect yourself from a knife. So they came up with that system, the 50. I'm not sure who created it though, but I know it started in New York. It started in New York. New York gets the credit, and it started in I don't know which jail it started in, but the 52 blocks came from there. You talking about Evander Holyfield, Abbott? Yeah, he was headbutting Mike, but Mike also had a version of the 52 blocks. He knew it too, but he used other stuff, stuff Custom Model taught him, but he had a working knowledge of it as well. The only thing I know about the 52, I know how to do the skull and crossbones. I know that by heart. It's a lot more intricate than the skull and crossbones, though. But the skull and crossbones could prevent you from getting stabbed. So that's really. But there's other aspects of the 52 that I don't know. But it started in prison here in New York. Now, if you go back to the fight that Mike Tyson lost, he actually beat the count. If you go look at it again, the count was off. So I'm not really trying to, he lost fair and square. But no, I'm sorry. When he knocked what's his name down before Mike got knocked out, he knocked him down and he didn't beat the count. That's what I meant. It was a long count if you go back. But Mike, he don't make no excuses. He said he lost the fight, but he did knock dude down and he didn't beat the count. So Mike should have won that, but the rest was history. He lost that fight. So, but Mike is in the Hall of Fame. Mike, if you ever talk to him, it's like he got a PhD in boxing. He knows the whole history of it. Really, it's this. If you go on YouTube, it's called Mike Tyson Talks Boxing when he was younger. You said I learned that the smallest of choices can make a huge difference. Yeah, Tammy, he did it, and it actually got time off his. He got time shaved off. She could have sentenced him for more time, but that's been years ago now. It's like eons ago. Oh man, Mike. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, that was crazy. Bit his ear, man. That was crazy. Mike said, "What am I supposed to do? He's assailing me in the ring. I'm getting assailed in the ring." He said, "Look at my eye. I'm getting assailed in the ring. What am I supposed to do?" He said he's assailing him in the ring. Mike, who can assail you, Mike, in the ring? You're dangerous. Who the hell is assailing you? Yeah, he went back to the hood. Like, that's you bite when you scared. Like when you bite somebody, that's when you scared. That's what happened. What happened was Mike lost vision in his left eye because the blood got in his eye and he lost vision. He was blurred. So he bit him. You bite when you scared. So he went back to that. That's very primitive too. That's what he went back to. But Mike is the man though. He was in his heyday. Oh, Mike was the man. He was. He was very intimidating. He was like he really patterned his style after Jack Dempsey. You know how Mike Tyson used to walk in the ring with black shorts with no socks, with just a towel? He got that from Jack Dempsey. And you know how when Mike Tyson used to knock people out, he used to get up and hug and kiss them? He got that from Jack Dempsey. Jack Dempsey used to do that. It's a gentleman way he followed because boxing is, the Marcus of Queensberry rules, right? It's a gentleman's sport. It really is. It's a gentleman's sport when two gentlemen come together and fight. But there's rules to it. It's called the Marcus of Queensberry. It's what separate boxing from a street fight. And he used decorum in the ring. You knock somebody out. That's not your enemy. You need him to make money. You guys are friends because you fought him to take care of your family. That's why he used to hug and kiss him. Because remember, he knocked out the white dude and he grabbed him up and hugged him. It's okay. It's okay. We're friends. And look, after he don't knocked you out, it's okay. It's okay. You okay? You okay? After he don't knock you the hell out. Like, it's crazy. Mike is like that. And I remember when Mike fought Clifford ATN. At the end, he said, "Yo, what y'all were talking about after the fight?" He said, "I need to stop bullshitting." That's what he told me. I need to stop bullshitting. He said he's right, though. He's right. Yo, Mike was the man, yo. After he don't knock you out, he's hugging you, making sure you're okay, wiping the sweat off you. After he don't knock you the hell out. Yeah, boxing is it's called the sweet science. It's not animal instinct that's needed. It's that you need in the street. It's skill. It's chess. It's a sweet science, as Lennox Lewis used to call it. It is. It really is. You got to use your jab. Just like Muhammad Ali, man, the man was beautiful, man. I get chills. I get goosebumps when I talk about him. Because before he fought George Foreman, nobody gave him a chance. Nobody. And he gave the blueprint on how to beat him. He said, because when he was at the Ken Norton fight, he said, all you got to do is take him into later rounds, use the jab, and keep your distance. And by the fifth round, after the fifth round, you get the whooping on him. He said it. He gave the blueprint. But Ken Norton didn't listen. Ken Norton tried to box with him. I mean, tried to fight him. He damn near killed Ken Norton, man. And then next thing you know, Muhammad Ali went to fight him. They went to, where was it at? It was in, they called it back then, they called it Kinshasa, Zaire. That's where they went to go fight. Nobody gave this man a chance. It was like he was going into a kamikaze. That's what they were calling him. Man, Muhammad Ali, when he was on the ropes, if you go look at it again, he was tiring George Foreman out. George was not landing. He wasn't really landing to hurt him. Muhammad Ali was catching all of it. George Foreman got tired and he got the whooping on him. That's what happened. That's what happened, man. That man, he rarely threw body punches. It was all headshots and it was all laser guided missiles. That man was beautiful, man. I remember they said to Mike Tyson, who would win the fight, you or Muhammad Ali? He said, you crazy. He said that man was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he was beautiful. He had the looks of a model, but he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He said he would take you into deep waters and drown you. He said that man was crazy. He was. Muhammad Ali was crazy. And you know the crazy part about it? His grandson looked just like him. Go look. Layla Ali's son looks just like him. I'm like, what the fuck? They look just alike. Just alike. It's like they cloned him. It's like they cloned him from his grandfather. Bro, it's like they cloned her dad, yo. He looks just like him. I don't know if he boxed. He might. He looks just like him. He talked like him too. He sounded like him when he was a kid. It's the same person. It's crazy, yo. They had the same haircut too when he was a kid. You know, that crew cut had the same haircut. She retired. Layla retired. She's not a boxer no more. She retired. Her husband used to play football, I believe. Yeah, Curtis Conway. She was married twice, actually. She was married twice. I didn't know that. But she married to a football player too. But I think she got a divorce on both of them. No, they don't, Avid. Nobody does. Nobody that really dies. You transition. Sometimes people want to come back. But yeah, man. Muhammad Ali was one of a kind. He was one of a kind, man. He rarely threw body punches, all headshots, just about. He could throw body punches, but he was just one of a kind, man. That man was one of a kind. He would have destroyed Mike. Mike said it too. That man he was a heavyweight with middleweight speed. That's unheard of. Unheard of. I don't know another heavyweight that came along like that, that had that kind of hand speed. Except for what's his name though, Ruiz. Is his name Ruiz? The one that beat Joshua. I forget his name. He has hand speed, like his hand speed is ridiculous. To be a fat guy, he's like fat, but his hand speed is ridiculous. That's why he beat Joshua. Joshua didn't know he was that fast. Man, that Mexican was whooping him up, man. He had that hand. He had nice hands. Not only had hand speed, he had nice hands. You know who nice with it too? That don't look like it because he's so fucking tall? The gypsy. What's his name? What's the gypsy name, man? The fighting gypsy. Tyson Fury. He nice with his hands too. He just don't look like it, but he is. Tyson Fury is nice with his hands, dog. He's almost deadly. He didn't even have to cheat. Because if you notice, he don't box over in Europe no more. He had to box over here because of some questionable things he was doing, which he didn't have to do that. You know he's named after Mike Tyson. I don't know if y'all know that. He named after Mike. His dad was a fan of Mike Tyson, so he named his son after him. That's why he called him Tyson, Tyson Fury. But he came from a gypsy boxing family, a traveling gypsy boxing family, bare knuckles. Don't he look like Muhammad Ali, Ryan? It's like a clone. And as he get older, Ryan, he looks just like him. As he's getting older, it's crazy. I don't know if he boxed though. I don't know. I bet you he got in his blood though that he want to fight. I bet you he does, and he don't know where it's coming from. I bet you he want to fight. Yeah, Tyson Fury got hands, yo. And so what happened was how he beat what's his name, Deontay Wilder. See, what Deontay Wilder has is a trick, right? It's the right hand, but how he sets up the right hand, he feints with the left, and then he comes in with the right. All you have to do is try to fix that, and he won't get it off. And that's what Tyson Fury did. He went to his left. He took away his trick, even though he did get hit with it, though. But he was able to box him because he was able to box his way out of it. See, Deontay Wilder, the reason why he didn't learn is because he started boxing late. You know, you learn all your skills in the amateurs when you were a kid. You know, when you're a kid all the way up until you 14, 15 years old, that's when you learn your skills. You know, when you're a kid all the way up to 16 years old is when you're in the amateurs. 17, you're in the amateur, you go to if not the Olympics, you start fighting. So Tyson Fury learned his skills there. Deontay Wilder started boxing late. So that's why he didn't learn everything. So that's the reason for it. Because once you get older, you know how they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. It's true when it comes to boxing. It's too late for him to learn everything. So he has limitations. But that right hand was an equalizer, though, if you get caught with it. But if you know how to box, like Tyson do, he can get his way. He can try to like counteract what he's doing. So that's what happened. You said Ali was sharp. Like you said, man. I mean, Ali was one of a kind. He was a dangerous man. He didn't look like it, but he was. I never forget. That's why I like Mike Tyson. When Ali had fought Larry Holmes, Larry Holmes put a beating on him. And I don't understand why Larry Holmes did that. He didn't have to do that. He could have just jabbed him the rest of the fight. He didn't have to do what he did. However, hey, it's boxing. So after the fight, Customato had called up Ali. He said, hey, I got a young kid over here I want you to talk to. His name, Mike Tyson. So he talked to Ali. He was a kid then. He said, listen, I'm going to avenge your loss. He said this. He said, okay, kid, whenever you can, that'll be good. He said, no, I'm really going to avenge your loss and I'm going to beat him. And Customato said he really is going to do it. And what happened? Mike Tyson fought Larry Holmes and avenged his fucking loss, yo. Yes, he did. He almost killed Larry Holmes over that. And when Ali was in the ring before the fight, he went up to him and said, you remember what you said, right? He said, I got you. He damn near killed Larry Holmes. And then and then afterwards, he looked and Ali said, I got you. I did it for you. He avenged the loss because Larry Holmes wasn't supposed to beat. And actually, Larry Holmes almost cried over that at the end of the fight. He was like in tears after that fight. But he should have just jabbed him. He didn't have to beat him up like that, but he did. But Mike Tyson avenged Ali's loss to Larry Holmes. He did. He made good on it as his promise as a kid. Mike was the man, yo. He really was. He really was, man. Mike was the man. Mike was the man, yo. I never forget when he fought Michael Spinks. At the time when he fought Michael Spinks was undefeated. Michael Spinks wasn't nothing to sneeze at now. He wasn't no punk. But what happened before the fight was his manager, they kept hearing knocking on the wall because there kept being delays in the fight, right? So they kept hearing somebody punching the wall out. So then when his manager went in there to see what's going on, Mike was punching holes in the wall because he was mad. And he was like, oh my God. His manager's like, Butch Lewis. Butch Lewis was like, oh my God. He said, my guy gonna get killed out here tonight. And he said, I couldn't tell him what Mike was doing because he would be mad. He'd be nervous about it. He wouldn't want to come out. But yeah, Mike was punching holes in the wall in the Trump Plaza. And yo, when he came in, the rest was history. He knocked him out in no time at all. Imagine that. He was punching holes in the fucking wall. That's how mad he was. What do I think about Andre Ward? Man, what kind of question is that? He was great. Andre Ward, you mean the great Andre Ward? He retired undefeated. Andre Ward was great, man. He's one of the top boxers of all time. He's one of my top. And also, what's his name over from England? What's his name, yo? Calzaghe. He's another one. Calzaghe. Even though Roy gave him the business, though, he did. But Calzaghe was nice, too. Some people argue that he didn't fight nobody, but hey, man. You said the 5 fingers of death. You talking about Mike Tyson? Yeah, he was crazy. Mike was crazy. Even the way he walked into the fight, it was nothing but police around him. It was almost like he came out of jail or something. All these police, it would just look intimidating. He was just playing noise. His ring music was just noise. Like the clanging of chains. That's all you heard. It was like the devil coming to the ring. It was crazy. Oh, Andre Ward, man, he retired. He's a smart guy. He retired. He said he didn't want to keep fighting. Nobody wanted to fight him. So it wasn't nobody left for Andre Ward to fight. You said, didn't Russia have a few fighters? Well, if you consider the USSR, it was the Klitschko brothers, but you know the USSR broke up into fractions, so they're not the USSR no more. But the Klitschko brothers, they had a lot of fighters. Russia had a lot of fighters. You know what I'm saying? They got some fighters out there in Russia. Yeah. It's a poor man's sport, so put it that way. Anywhere you have poverty, you're going to have some boxers. That's just the way it is. Don't matter where you at, man. The Philippines, they had Pacquiao. His brother fought too, but he was like not as known as Pacquiao, though. You said pay for his wrong deeds one way or the other. This case is just the beginning of the end of all of them. Yeah, I know, Avid. Oh, come on, man. Triple G. Come on, man. Triple G was dangerous. He was, listen, he knocked out every fighter. Just imagine this announcement and you about to fight him. He's knocked out every fighter that he has faced over the past 10 years. Okay? He has the highest knockout percentage in boxing history. Okay? That's all you need to know about Triple G. That's all you need to know. He has the highest knockout percentage ever. He's knocked out everybody he's faced over the last 10 years. I remember when they announced that dude was scared that was about to fight him. All right, Ron. Yo, Triple G was that good. He was that good he was from Kazakhstan. He now lives in Los Angeles. Yep, he live in Los Angeles and he live in Malibu for sure. Yeah, he out there in Malibu now, but he from Kazakhstan. See, it don't matter where you from. Everybody got a boxer somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But Triple G, he knocked out people. He had knockouts over 10 years. He knocked out everybody within the first or second round over the last 10 years. That's how dangerous he was. Yeah, when I say okay, okay. Yeah, when I say that, I'm serious. Now, don't talk about Mr. Triple G. Yeah, Triple G was beautiful. If Ryan know, my first sport is boxing. I love boxing. I could talk boxing all day. We supposed to be sitting up here talking about Puff, and I'm sitting up here talking about boxing. Yeah, Gennady Ganaevich Golovkin, aka Triple G. I never forget. You know when Michael Buffer announced, you the man. Then when you get an announcement from Michael Buffer, Jimmy Lennon Jr. Oh man, Jimmy Lennon was good too. How he used to announce Floyd Mayweather. He said he really needs no introduction the world over. I like when he said that. You know what I'm saying? When you say that, you the man, Floyd. And I like when Michael Buffer used to announce Floyd, his record is a perfect one. I used to like when he say that. His record is a perfect one. Yeah, Floyd was the man too, man. Floyd was crazy. He actually was crazy. He was crazy too. But the reason why Floyd couldn't knock people out no more because his hands were brittle. Okay, he used to break his hands a lot when he was in the lower weights. So what he had to do was actually when he moved up, he used to break his hands. So he had to start going on points to preserve his hands. He used to break his hands all the time. His hands weren't made to box, but he used to knock people out in the beginning. But he wasn't a knockout artist no more with them hands. You can't do it. You said Canelo was crazy for trying Bud Crawford. Oh, they fighting? Oh man, Canelo ain't nothing to sneeze at either now. The redhead, Canelo crazy. He crazy too. I don't know why he's still boxing. Why don't he retire? Don't he? Ain't didn't he make all his money? Why is he still boxing? You ever thought about that? Like, haven't you made all your money, Canelo? What's going on? He won't stop boxing. He won't stop. Now, Bud, let me tell you what Bud is doing. Bud, he fights southpaw, but he's not a southpaw. I don't know if y'all know that. He's not a southpaw, but he fights southpaw. His strength is in his jab. That's what he's doing. When he hits you with that jab, it hurts because he's really not a southpaw. And also, what's his name do the same thing? What's his name? He from Newark. What's that kid name, yo? Um, Damn, I can't think of his name right now. He from Newark. Damn, I should have known what the hell is his name, yo. He's not a southpaw either, but he fights southpaw. And that's a trick they do. So you got to be careful because they can either go conventional at any time and knock you out, or they can knock you out with their left hand too. But them jabs hurt. That's what Bud be doing. Yeah, Shakur Stevenson. Shakur fights southpaw, but he's not a southpaw. He's a right-hander. Believe it or not, I forget what they call it because I'm like that too. I can't fight conventional, and I'm a right-hander. I fight southpaw. I forget why they say that. It's like our brains or something. We fight left-handed, but we're right-handed. I don't know what you call that. Earl Spence is going to do now. That okay? Well, okay. What happened with Earl Spence is kind of unfortunate. Earl Spence had an accident, and I think his accident. He had a really bad accident. He needed reconstructive surgery. that took a lot out of him. So that's what happened with Earl Spence. He very, very nice fighter though. Very nice fighter. You said Diddy done? I mean, we took a poll. Everybody's saying so. I think he should retire, Drew. You talking about Earl Spence? I think he should retire. Errol Spence. You said you fight like a tornado. You all over the place. You said Diddy been done. At this point, Diddy is overcooking. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, Errol Spence, man. He unfortunately had a car accident, and I'm not making no excuses for why Bud beat him. I'm not, but it took a lot out of him when he was in that car accident. So I think he should just retire. He made good money, in the sport. Yeah, right hand is orthodox. Left hand is right orthodox or conventional. Left hand is unorthodox or unconventional. Now, there's some people out there that are ambidextrous. They're both. That's very rare, but it's true. It's a James Toney was that way. James Toney was he was ambidextrous. He truly was ambidextrous. He can throw the baseball with both hands. He's ambidextrous, and he had equal power in both hands. That's a very dangerous fighter because he can switch up on you just depending on what the look is looking like. He'll switch up on you. It's dangerous. But there's a lot of dangerous fighters out there, man, in the amateurs right now that I'm looking at. I can't wait for the next Olympics. I'm not really liking the heavyweight division right now because I think that the most exciting fight, they just let it go by the wayside because Anthony Joshua didn't want to fight the right hander. He didn't want to fight Deontay. I wanted to see that. You said, I guess I am. You left, you unorthodox. Well, it depends on your fighting stance. What you're more comfortable with, left or right. So you probably unorthodox, Ryan. You're not conventional. Which is a dangerous situation for a right-hander. They really got to watch you. Javante is going to go into the Hall of Fame. He's a Hall of Fame fighter. That's what I think of him. Javante is a Hall of Famer. That's saying a lot. He's a Hall of Famer. Believe it or not, with Javante, he's not just a fighter, he's a boxer. He's both. Javante is both. He has equal power in both hands. He's very dangerous and he knows the science of the boxing. He's very, very educated when it comes to boxing. Oh man, come on, man. What you mean, Bernard Hopkins? He's a legend. You know what I'm saying? I can't say nothing about Bernard. He's a legend. Bernard, he's a smart guy too. Very intellectual. He's really deep into his faith as well. Very intellectual guy. You said taught you how to fight, Angela? Yeah, a friend of mine, she knows how to fight. My Mexican friend, she knows how to fight. Her father, her brothers taught her how to fight. Somebody taught her how to fight. She don't. I could tell the way she go into her stance. She knows how to fight. You said he looked like he was conceived in a boxing ring. Some people just have it that I will beat the crap out of you. Look, yeah, he's going to go into he's a future Hall of Famer. What now? Here's the thing about Javante that's very dangerous. He rise to the level of his competition. But if you hit him a couple times, he's gonna get mad. He's going to get very upset when he gets hit. And that's when he gets started. Yeah, Javante is crazy. But one thing about him is he's a fighter and a boxer. He knows how to box. But he will brawl with you if he need to. He will do it. So you said, how in the heck Bernard got knocked out? Well, it just, some people get caught. You know, so you win some, you lose some. Yeah, Tank is crazy though. He's crazy. You said who would win a fight, Diddy or Jay-Z? Diddy got hands. He actually does. He ain't no punk. Diddy know how to fight. I seen him. I can tell when he was boxing somebody one day. I could tell he know what he doing. I don't know if Jay got hands like that. He appeared to be. He used to box. He used to train. He used to train and all that. But Diddy ain't no slouch. He don't look like it either. Even Gene said that. He said Diddy is not a punk. He just picks his battles. You know. That's what Gene said. I'm going off what Gene said. He said, no, Diddy's not a punk. He said he was 36 in a boxing class, Taibo. He said, what are you, Taibo ho? Something he was saying. That's what Gene said, Angela. He said Diddy not a punk. He don't look like it. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Out of his sons, you know who can fight? Justin. Justin, the crazy one. It's Justin, actually. I wouldn't want to mess with him. Out of all the sons, it's Justin. I'm telling you. He used to play football, too. He's short in stature, but he's not a small guy. He's not, if you see him up close, he's like short, but he's not small. He's not a small guy, dog. You won't want to mess with him. He looked like he eat weights for breakfast. That's what it looks like. Yep. And he has a silent he's like a silent assassin. You can see it in his eyes. He'll lay you the F out. Don't mess with him. I know people be in this space with that damn camera. Justin will lay you the hell out. You see how he walk. He looked like he lift weights for breakfast. Yeah, Diddy's son, Justin, he ain't to play with. I'm just telling you this. And he played football. He was a defensive back and safety. So he took football hits. So you already know where his mind at if you can take football hits. Yeah, he's what you call a quiet assassin. That's why I keep telling people get that camera out his damn face before you get laid out. Because you said why Ray? Because you can see in it he got calluses on his knuckles, so that means he must box or something. I noticed when he waved at somebody, he waved at this. He put his arm around somebody. You could see it. You could see the calluses. That means he boxed. I forget that girl that got a hug with him. I noticed that about people when they shake your hand. This one dude, he shook my hand. He said, "Damn, bro, you about to break my hand." I said, "Why are you shaking my hand like that?" I didn't expect him to shake my hand. It was the dude they called Ak, Big AK. I don't know why he shook my hand like that. But he cool though. He said because Celebrity Scandalous was there. He said, "Oh, that must be your bodyguard." He said, "Man, he tried to break my hand." I said, "I ain't trying to break your hand. I gave you a man shake." Now, Ray J is not a punk either. He rolled with some really serious dudes. He does. Yep, he does. I heard he does. Yep. I didn't know he did run with serious dudes like that. He do. I heard he does. He trolling that right now though. I'm thinking, people shake your hand, they give you a firm handshake. So I was expecting it and I gripped his hand really hard. And he didn't grip mine hard and it looked like I was trying to break his hand. I wasn't expecting that. Because he didn't give me the brother handshake. You know what I'm saying? He extended his hand to me. He didn't, the brother shake that way. He didn't do that. He extended his hand and I shook his hand like that. I wasn't trying to do that. I thought he was gonna grip me back, but yeah, Ray J out here trolling. That's what he's doing. Somebody else I observed out there is Big Gene. Listen, Big Gene don't need a bodyguard. He don't. He's all by himself a bodyguard. He don't need no goddamn bodyguard. I'm just telling you this. You said firm handshake. Hello, men can't even do that no more. I don't know. They might be thinking you like trying something. I don't know. No, there's still people that do it. I met people out there that do that. But Gene, hey, listen, man, I see why they call him Big Gene, man. He don't need he is his own bodyguard. Big Gene. Yeah, Big Gene is a giant, man. Big Gene, if he played football, he would be a left tackle. That's it. Put him on the offensive line at left tackle. That's it. He ain't playing nothing else but left tackle. Who else I saw? The only other celebrity that came out there is a producer. I forget his name. I forget the producer's name. He was there. He tried to get in the courtroom where Puff was, but he couldn't get in there. Actually got in, but he had to leave. I forget his name right now. You said you wouldn't allow my son or any Gene was a field where Gene was playing on. Nah, yo, not at left tackle. But so far, Kanye is really the only big celebrity that's been up there. Now I heard that there might be some testifying for Puff's behalf, but you know how people talk. You won't. I won't believe it until I see it. So I'm not sure who they bring in. I think they said Friday they bring in 3 people, and one of the people that's testifying actually worked for one of the defense. So there's still a lot of men out there avid that's still old school. There's still some out there. Definitely is. I call them a protected class. Those guys that's still old school with it, I call them they're in a protected class. There's not a lot of them left. Like Gene and them, they're in a protected class. They should be. But I notice these days with some people, you can't even look them in the eye no more and shake. They think you like trying something. People like scared to do that. They don't give you eye contact anymore. It's craziness. I'm not talking about people my age. I'm just talking about younger people. They don't. Well, you got some younger people that are old school though. It just depends who raised them. That's what it comes down to. But they think that's you challenging them by you looking at them. I don't know why it's the case. It's supposed to be a respect thing, a sign of respect to look at somebody. Acknowledge somebody. Nowadays, it's like they think that you're challenging them, and it's not like a tough thing. It's just like it's like how you raise kind of thing. It's kind of like I don't know. It take me back a little bit. It's a respect thing to say hello to somebody, shake their hand, but some people don't see it that way. You got to be careful out here. Stay out of the way. That's how I say it. Just stay out of the way. You say growing up with too many women and no real men around. I guess that's what the firm handshake's supposed to be about. But Puff is very vocal in court. He's very aware of people in there. Like this girl, Emily, she was in there. And when he was walking in, he made eye contact with her. And she said she mouthed it. She didn't say it. He read her lips though. She said, "What book you reading?" He said, "Oh, you want to see my book?" He didn't mouth it. He said it to her. "Oh, you want to see my book?" And he showed her. And he showed everybody in the press what book he was reading. It was something about manifesting your thoughts to become reality or something like that. So he's very aware of everybody in there. He's very active in his defense table. He's a smart guy. He's very active. He knows exactly what he's like, up against. He definitely knows. But I know what he's thinking, though. All he need to do is reach one in that jury. That's all he need to do. And we'll see if he did it or not when they start deliberating. I think if they take more than 48 hours, there's a holdout somewhere. You said men over 30 is like that too. You mean like old school like? Yeah, it depends on how you grew up, you know. But there's a lot of them left. That's why I say y'all in a protected class. They're in a protected class. That's why I say y'all we're in a protected class. We're still respectful. If somebody hold the door, we say thank you. Like just common manners. Diddy's sons act like that. They do. They act like that. That's how you told they was raised. I give it to them. They were raised right. I give them that. His kids definitely were. Justin ain't nothing to play with though. I'm just telling y'all that. He's not. He's old school too. He definitely is. And matter of fact, all of them carry themselves that way. They all carry themselves in an old school way. You said no Max, no eye contact, and no handshake. Well, I don't know if you notice it when you talk to certain people, they don't do it. They'll look the other way or whatever. I'm not talking about grill somebody. I'm not talking about that. You know, you said men and women 40 and 50 are lost. Females 40 still looking to be baddies. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the ones that are not like that. They're in a protected class. That's what I say. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm talking about the ones that don't act that way. And believe it or not, there's some young people that don't act that way either. They old school. Like I say, Diddy's kids, his sons, they act that way. They're old school with it. I can tell how when I saw them in the what do you call it? The cafeteria. The way they can't handle themselves. They're old school. Yeah, especially Justin. Yeah, they act that way for sure. They kind of like throwbacks. You know what I'm saying? They're younger, but they act like they grew up in the 80s. You see the way these people use alchemy. Maybe he's trying to reverse it, Avid. You said the new age is rubbing off on the older there. That's crazy. You right about that. You said everything different, even gangster use quiet and these drifters need a crowd. Drillers need a crowd. You talking about them old school guys. I don't know. Like I'm just going by like, how we were raised, like the 80s and how things used to be. You had to say yes, sir, no, sir, all that type of stuff. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. All of us still do it. The one because we're used to it. It's just like a dying thing. That's why I say you're in a protected class. Well, maybe he know how to reverse it or something. It's just the power of positive thoughts. He might manifest that hung jury or not guilty. Manifest it through your thoughts. You said respect seems to be like a pair of lotto sneakers with a patch vintage. Hey man, having respect out here keep you alive out here. It still would. It's just some of these young ones don't understand it. He said, I wonder what Diddy's son and daughter think after hearing all this. They supporting him. He got a really, you could tell they're really supporting him. And if they do think something, we're not going to know about it. They move in silence. You know what I'm saying? They're really, from what I observed from them, they're very close knit. Because when I had to go to the bathroom and I saw them on that 26th floor, they were all holding hands, praying. That's what they were doing. I had to, like I said, I had to get to the bathroom. I didn't realize that was them at first. I just know I had to go to the bathroom. That's all I know. But yeah, they were praying, and they were all in a circle, and they were holding hands, and they were praying. They all had their head down. Well, that's their dad. He didn't treat them. I don't think he treated them bad. He didn't. That's why he kept everything away from the house. If you notice, he liked to do the hotel nights. But them kids is well taken care of. Excuse me, young adults. I hate keep calling them kids. You know what I mean? Young adults. They are well taken care of. They don't want for nothing. Well taken care of. I give them that. But I don't know why I keep saying kids. You know what I mean? They young compared to me. I'm always gonna think they're young. You know what I mean? I remember when Justin was a kid, man. That's how old I am. But they're very, very close knit. And you can tell Justin and Quincy are the OGs of the family. Especially Justin. Justin is the OG. He's the one, he's the quiet one, he's the one that's holding it down. You can tell. He's the elder statesman. Well, Quincy is. Quincy's the oldest. Yeah, but they don't act like I don't know, man. Like when I see them talking, they don't act like rich kids. Especially Justin, they don't act like it. They just act regular. They just chilling. They'll talk to you like, but people talk to them. I think everybody don't got used to them, right? When they're in the cafeteria, because they be there every day. Nobody really talks to them like they just used to them, and they're used to everybody as well. They just be there chilling like everybody else, talking and stuff, chilling, laughing, chit chatting, talking with the crowd. Yeah, they just be chilling. It's just outside, they making a beeline for the van, all them cameras, but inside they be talking, chopping it up with people like that. Mainly, a lot of people talk to Justin, but most of the time he just sitting at the table, he just chilling. He ain't talking to nobody. He just kind of just chilling and whatnot. You said 100,000 a day for his legal team. That sounds about right. Imagine that 100,000 a day on your legal team. Ooh, that's money. Boy, that's money right there. But more than likely, what he did was he just gave him a retainer like that. That's a lot of money, man. They said the thing is, Young Thug paid about $2 million for Brian Steele, roughly about $2 million. You said you got banned for not doing candy all of 30 minutes. What kind of candy? Oh, never mind. I know what you're talking about. I can't do that stuff. That stuff would take me out of here. Yeah, 100,000 a day is about right, Jen. For all the lawyers he have, but he probably just put a retainer out and just using that. I'm thinking for all his lawyers, he looking at 10, 15 million, if not a little more. You said you can't be at those parties and don't partake in the shenanigans. Yeah, I'm the type of person I just be outside the parties. You see what I'm saying? I ain't going to them industry parties. They all like to. I don't heard stories. Yeah, I don't trust that stuff. That nose can, I don't trust it. Because you can have a bad batch and take you out. That's what took River Phoenix out of here, man. Jim Belushi, River Phoenix. He died at Johnny Depp's club. Well, it ain't Johnny Depp's club no more, but that's how River. He died right there, and he died in Joaquin Phoenix arms. It's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I'm not messing with that drugs. You don't mess with that. That stuff will take you out of here. Especially they putting fent and everything too. Okay. Yeah, it's called the Viper Room. That's in I went past there when I was in LA. I don't know what it's called now. Need to get on a diet. Mother made me breakfast. I need to go on a diet. Man, I need to get out there and walk in the park. I did yesterday. I ain't walked too far. They be shooting around here. Yeah, so. Yeah. You said none of this about money, it's about power and lineage. Hey, man, that's beyond me. I don't know nothing about that stuff, what they got going on. He said, why you don't visit until... All right, guys, good talking to you. Let me get out of here. Good talking to y'all. Let me go see what's happening out here at this courthouse, see what Tisa talking about. You know, I got to get my update on Tisa. She hilarious. You said, who's worth 450 million? Shit, that's still a lot of money to me. Shit. That's a nice little something retirement. He just sit back and chill if he get out of this. If that's what he's worth, I don't know how much he's worth, but. All right, guys, let me get out of here. I'll be back a little later. Good talking to y'all. All right, y'all.